Good morning. This is the Budget and Public Employees Committee. Today is May 5th, 9:34. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tanya. Vice Chair Browning. Present. Alderwoman Velasquez. Alderman Devotie. Here. Chair Aldrich.
Present.
Alderwoman Tanya. 4 present. We have quorum.
All right, with that, we have established a quorum. There is no approval of the minutes. There's no board bills for review, besides Budget Bill number 1, which is being held as we go through discussions on each department. There's no resolutions for review. Item number 6, committee discussion. Today, the Budget Committee will hear from the Mayor's Office. Then followed after that, we will hear from the Board of Aldermen, the Comptroller, Recorder of Deeds. Then we will take a quick break, and we will come back and hear from Planning, Urban Design. We will wrap the day up with hearing the Department of Public Safety. To kick things right on off, we are going to have our Madam Mayor come up and present her budget. And if you have any other folks that you want to introduce or add to it, it's up to you.
Good morning.
Make sure your mic is on, Madam Mayor.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the Budget and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 2027 budget for the Mayor's Office. As you can see here, I've brought many members of my team, as well as the Budget Director, Mr. Paul Payne. Thank you for your work here over the last several months, and as well the entire Mayor's team for working with the Budget Director to put together the entirety of the budget for this year's fiscal year, upcoming year. Big picture, I thought I would offer just a few thoughts on that. The entire budget as a whole, prior to presenting the Mayor's Office budget. As you all know, this year's $1.41 billion budget reflects a fairly modest increase of 0.2% over last year's budget. That's a pretty modest increase, as you well know. The 0.2% is obviously not keeping up with the cost of living or inflation or other things. So, it remains a challenging environment to produce a budget that largely is able to accomplish what the city was able to accomplish the year before. Budgets, of course, are the art of the possible, and certainly are always an exercise in compromise. And this is a budget that is both responsible in doing those things, but ensuring that our city financial fiscal stability is intact while investing in our hardworking staff, improving basic city services, and of course, maintaining good trends in public safety. As a city, it is our duty to provide a budget that delivers and improves quality public services, lifts up our communities, and is sustainable in those efforts. This proposal is also deeply recognize that the many hearings that you're embarking upon with the Budget and Public Employees Committee here will be long, arduous, and very thorough, and we welcome your feedback as we go through this process over the next several weeks. We know you're going to put in very long hours here looking ahead. To provide quality services, as I mentioned, we must be investing in our city staff. You all know we have come to the culmination of a pay study. That compensation study for was long overdue, but the culmination of that was just in time for this budget. With that, we have proposed several things for our staff, including a 3% raise. Many of our most underpaid city employees will be brought up to within 5% of the regional minimum for a job of their likeness. $18 million was allocated for those pay adjustments. We also have included pay increases for our uniformed police and firefighters of 7%. As well, my staff worked with our city workers to ensure that we provided a $1,000 lump sum payment. We'll be able to do that on June 18th. That was a important endeavor, considering that we were not able to get the raises done, sooner, but recognizing that our staff deserve recognition and additional money for the hard work that they've done over this last year. So to each of my staff, I want to thank you. Thank you for being here today, but for supporting legislation to make sure that we are implementing those critical overdue investments. And Chair Aldrich, I want to thank you for sponsoring the legislation enabling us to do that. These measures are vital for attracting and retaining staff to maintaining and increasing morale in our city workforces and enabling our department to improve the services that we deliver to our citizens on a daily basis. I want to point out a few key things that the budget does do. One, lifting up communities. In public safety, we recognize that public safety is obviously one of the most critical pieces that a municipal government provides its communities. We must prioritize new approaches. We are concerned about the state's control and the impact of the state-controlled police board and our ability to fund vital city services. And as mayor, I am working very hard to protect our other city departments while investing in public safety. So the budget as we know it, the police funding carefully funds raises as passed by the Board of Police Commissioners, while making sure that we have that $18 million set aside to include across the board raises. The police portion of that is $8.6 million, which it represents a 4.3% increase for salary and operations across the police department. It's also important to recognize that we are continuing to fund the Office of Violence Prevention. The office in this proposed budget would receive $8.8 million, a slight increase over last year's funding. While we also know the ARPA funds for the Office of Violence Prevention are rolling off, we are continuing to invest in that office with this budget with $8.8 million. Housing is and serving the unhoused implemented Code Blue. While Alderwoman Saulnier is not here, I also want to recognize her efforts in being a champion for Code Blue and for the unhoused over many years. That's not something new. It's something she's been working on since she started as an alderperson. And last year we were able to, with Alderwoman Saulnier, and with many other members of the board, we were able to fund $13.7 million to support our Code Blue efforts. While that was a one-time slug from the interest funds from the RAM settlement dollars, this budget does allocate $2 million for Code Blue. And that's important because the city has not historically invested in Code Blue or in serving the unhoused from its general fund. And we do believe that this is an important investment and one that will help us be able to continue some of those efforts this year. We've also allocated $6.7 million from the local use tax funds for affordable housing. We also, in the amendments that were most recently discussed at the Board of E&A, included $1 million investment in Right to Counsel. I want to thank many of you here, as well as President Megan Green, for advocating for those funds and working with us to ensure we got that amendment across the finish line, as well as an additional $1 million to tiny homes and $1 million for summer youth programming with Slate. Those are important investments that we recognize that the community also was advocating for. And I want to thank Paul for making sure over the last several weeks we were able to get those amendments included in the budget as presented to the Board of Aldermen here. Recovery in North St. Louis following the tornado remains a top priority. This budget includes a $4 million increase for derelict building demolition, including, so that brings the total to $9.3 million. It also includes $2 million additional for forestry division cleanup. And on the infrastructure side, we are committing $6.8 million for road and bridge projects and $10.7 million for ward-specific improvements. The street department will receive a $1.3 million increase for snow and salt, snow removal, I should say, and salt, plus an additional $500,000 for street signage and striping inventory. Well, I want to just say a few things on sort of sustainability side of things. We know that ARPA is rolling off, not just for the Office of Violence Prevention, but across the board. We do have a fairly strong fiscal standing here with the general fund reserve at $154.1 million, or roughly 24% of fiscal year 2027 operating budget. This is in line with what are generally considered best practices, and it's something our city should be proud of. It does allow us to borrow money at a reasonable rate, and it allows us to have a strong financial footing. The revenues are stabilizing, generally speaking. I know Paul's going to go into a lot of these general aspects of the budget, but we feel pretty good about the fact that our general fund portion of the budget is projected to grow by about 1.7%. I know that's higher than that 0.2% overall growth that I talked about earlier, but we're also recognizing a lot of other things are rolling off, including grant funding. Our pension system, due to improved market performance, budgeted pension contributions decreased by a fairly healthy amount, $6.5 million. The pension systems do remain fairly well funded at around 80%, and that's a good thing for all of us working today, recognizing that our pensions are important to our city staff. Having that a fairly well-funded system is important. Specific to the mayor's office, for fiscal year 2027, we are requesting a budget of $3.1 million. This represents a very modest increase of about 3.6% over the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget of $2.98 million. The majority of this budget is the same as last year, with the changes largely in personnel staffing lines. So it's similar to how our office approached the budget year. You can see that our largest expenditure is in staffing, $2.8 million, $2,847,198, up from $1,753,797 in fiscal year 26. This is a 3%. This includes the 3% increase provided to city staff, excluding myself. The staffing total positions does increase from 21 to 29. It's a little bit confusing there because we do include the tornado recovery staff in the mayor's office staffing line, but we're not paying for them out of the general fund. We're going to be putting that before you with the RAM settlement dollars. And so while the total staffing is increasing from 21 to 29, please just keep in mind that those are going to be funded out of a different pool of funds than we're looking at here today. A couple of other highlights. We've got some increases in materials and supplies, some contractual services, but largely speaking, the budget is largely the same. So in summary, we're pretty much on rinse and repeat from last year. You've probably seen from the TO, we've switched some things around, as you all know, but kept many of the positions the same. And of course, Alderman, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take questions from you or from the committee on any of these items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Starting in order of seniority, Vice Chair Browning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, let me just say thank you. I appreciate you being here in front of us today. I know you're very busy, and it means a lot that you're here in person. I also want to commend you recently on sticking up for our city when it comes to our budget. I've watched the Board of Police Commissioners hearings and the latest meeting where you rightfully pointed out that they were trying to transfer money that didn't even exist yet was really, really important. And it was kind of horrifying to see them just run over that and just say, anyway, we disagree and just keep moving, as if we could disagree on what exists and what doesn't. We're living in two different realities when it comes to our budget, and I'm confident that sticking with you and our city, we are living in the right reality and trying to make sure that we can continue to provide public safety in the full spectrum as that exists in our city. So I really appreciate your efforts there. I just have a couple questions about this budget. It looks like you rightfully pointed out that the Office of Recovery is missing. You said that's going to be paid out of a RAMS package. Do they have enough money to finish through the end of this year? And depending on how long it takes us to pass a RAMS package, will they remain funded?
Thank you for that question, Alderman. First of all, thank you for taking time to watch the Board of Police Commissioners hearings. I'm really grateful to STL's TV for being present and ensuring that anybody and everybody, regardless of availability during those meetings, can watch them, and they're recorded. And you're right, it is very frustrating to see the disregard for our city laws as it relates to budget transfers in that body. The Office of the Recovery Team does have funding through the end of this year, but we do need to fund that office and the staff that are working very hard, not just lead recovery officer Julian Nix, but his entire team. And so that is going to be an important aspect of funding through the RAM settlement dollars.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As you know, this committee has been seeing a lot of that, and we definitely appreciate the work they're doing and want to make sure that they're continuing to be able to do that. I don't have any more questions at this time. Again, I just really appreciate you coming in front of us, and we'll pass it on to my colleagues.
I'm gonna skip over Alderwoman Tanya. I will make note as your computers getting together. The mayor did in her opening
to the level that, to be competitive, at least meet the minimum or maybe a little bit above. I'm just curious about that.
Thank you, Alderwoman. I mean, this is a challenge. In order for us to get our staff across the board paid what they do within average, we have to have a tax base that looks like what the region has. And so we've got to increase our tax base. We've got to have more residents living in the city of St. Louis, and we have to have income earners that can pay into our city coffers such that we can pay those salaries. And so for me, it's important to make sure, first and foremost, that we're doing everything we can to keep every resident that was a resident of the city of St. Louis on May 16th back in the city of St. Louis. Those are taxpayers that help contribute to the overall income of our city. And then we've got to figure out how to grow that. An important underutilized resource in living quarters is downtown, and making sure that we have robust neighborhoods across the city, but we have a downtown that can subsidize the rest of our city. And so when we look at the RAM settlement dollars, it's important that we invest in North St. Louis so we have a path back home for everybody who lived here on May 16th and a path to new living for new residents, hopefully, as we look to increase the population of that sort of that entire portion of our city, but also look to downtown. I think North St. Louis and downtown are the two areas where we really need to investment, and we need to see population growth to sustain the infrastructure that our city has to pay for with our city budget, and that our city workforce are working on a daily basis support. That looks like, of course, our water department, it looks like our parks, it looks like our roads, it looks like the infrastructure across the city. And so in order to support infrastructure and have a well-paid workforce, we have to have a set of taxpayers that pay for that. So it's my ambition to provide paths for that population increase and the tax base, including real estate taxes, to make sure that we can pay have competitive salaries.
Thank you. I know that's a longer term question, but I appreciate you answering.
I think we're starting, in large part by proposing to invest those dollars in areas, particularly North St. Louis, and I think you'll see that. I want to lift up the conversations that you all are having with our staff to get alignment and investing those dollars in a way that can position our city to not only better pay our city workforce, but to have a long-term sustainable growth pattern. That is the way forward for our city.
Well, and this next question might dovetail into that. I noticed that the capital improvement funds dropped, I think it's 17.9%. So this might be a part you, part Rich Bradley question, but can you talk about a little bit about the drop in this? What if projects are not going to be funded, or if some of those are going to other funding? And then, just why you made that decision.
On the capital improvements funds, I think I will defer a little bit to Rich Bradley on that. We are still investing. We've got the ward capital funds, we have the capital improvement funds that comes from the excess budget, and we are going to be looking at investing a good chunk of the RAND settlement dollars in capital improvements across the board. And with the support of the aldermen, I appreciate that you recognize the importance of investing those in capital improvements, and I'm hopeful that we can deploy a good chunk of those dollars in those ways.
Great. Last question for you. And I think I'm making an assumption that this is because of federal funds, but I mean, overall grant funding was down. So can you just talk about that and what it means for us and how you had to adjust, or how the budget had to adjust because of that?
Sure. And some of that is still up in the air. Grant funding we've seen a decrease in federal funding across, and that is going to hit our departments across the board, particularly in human services and other areas that the current federal administration is not prioritizing. And so while some of that is still unknown, we're bracing for disinvestment in communities. And that's why it's important to us that we are eking out the $2 million for Code Blue. We're continuing to invest that $6.7 million in affordable housing and other areas that we're seeing disinvestment on the national level.
Thank you, and thank you again for being here this morning.
Of course.
Alderman Devotie.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
First, I just want to say thank you for your leadership over the last 15 months. It has been a pleasure to work with you and your staff. I have been, frankly, positively surprised at the amount of collaboration and communication, and I think that says a lot about you and how you're leading the city, so thank you very much. I have just and this is kind of I guess more of a broad question. I realize that putting together this budget is in many ways a very collaborative process. You've talked about various amendments to this year's budget from past budgets, whether it's allocations for Code Blue or the Office of Violence Prevention, various street department things such as snow removal, that kind of thing. From your perspective, and we have the ability to suggest amendments to this budget after our 3 weeks of hearings, is there something from your chair that if you were sitting on this side, you would be focusing on and looking at with respect to potential amendments to this document as it sits today?
Well, Alderman, that's a good question. We did take a first pass at that and include those 3 amendments I discussed at the beginning of this. But I think one of the most important things that you all do is really go in deep with the operational departments and understand what they have to operate with and what they need. We're not able to meet all the needs of our departments. And that is in part because we have a set of infrastructure that is designed to serve a population that is almost 3 times our current tax base. And that presents some real serious challenges. We have phenomenal parks, and almost those neighborhoods are depopulated and don't have the tax base to support the parks in them. And so, I think this work that this committee does, I am always surprised and have been as a member of this committee and then as chair of this committee, what the conversations evolve into. They're exploratory, they're collaborative, they help establish good working relationships with you all as alderperson and the hard work that our department and chairs do. And so I, in particular, other than under possible within the constraints of the current budget. So I wouldn't leave anything off the table, but would go through this as would go through this as a exploratory opportunity, you'll learn so much about how the departments operate. It's just a phenomenally educational opportunity. Every year I participated in that seat, I learned there's something new to learn about the budget every single year. No matter how many years you serve. I mean, I can attest to that. And as our departments evolve, we're continuing to invest in new technology and other things that should be making our departments more effective and more efficient. On the front end, you know, I failed to mention CityStat, the program that we are deploying across city departments to hold our departments accountable to establish KPIs, key performance indicators, to deliver that data and that information, that insight to the public, and to encourage and demand our departments implement changes to their operating procedures to improve outcomes for our citizens. And we're very proud of that work. It's nascent, it's new, and it is ever evolving, but that should help drive this year's budget process, certainly next year's, as those KPIs and the work that we're doing, the improvements, become more visible and more explored by you all, the public, and the departments and the folks who are doing that work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for coming, and again, echo the collaboration that happened with yourself and President Green and Comptroller Behringer of the additional funds for Code Blue, making sure that there was more funds added to Right to Counsel, as we love to see that fully funded. Maybe that's something that's looking to, and of course, work with our budget director to find those dollars to fully fund Right to Counsel, and the extreme importance of the tiny home project that sits in my ward. Getting that back up is important. I do have one question. Yes. I do have one question. When we talk about the Office of Recovery, I know you say in the budget they are positioned, as far as the positions are there, but the funding will be coming from the RAMS dollars. What does that look like, I guess, long term? Do you see a point where we would need to use general revenue funds? I know during the ARPA situation, before I was here and under the previous administration, a lot of those ARPA dollars created new offices, such as the Office of Violence Prevention, and now we're figuring out how that's funded post-ARPA. I think it's coming out of the special use tax. But what does that look like long term of, you know, we won't have RAMS money forever unless we save some, of making sure that that office is still funded? Do you see that constantly coming out of RAMS dollars, or will there be a transition to revenue fund?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we're really hoping to land with the RAMS, a funding source to get us through the next couple of years. And, you know, the bulk of the work that we're going to be proposing through the RAMS settlement dollars, the deployment of funds for home repair, for neighborhood plan implementation, for infrastructure, will be deployable and deployed in the next couple of years. And so the Office of Recovery is something that is really is positioned to be staffed for a finite period of time, but several years period of time. And so the RAMS settlement dollars is an opportunity to set aside enough funding to staff that office for a couple of years, and then that would sunset at some point.
And just roughly, how much, I guess, of since it's not in this book, how much does the 7 or 8 or 9 employees, I guess, cost in total?
I don't have those figures before me, and I don't want to miss Alderman, so we'll make sure to follow up with you on the cost of those employees. They were included in the package that went through this committee, I want to say, right after the tornado when we funded that office. But I just don't have the figures immediately available.
Okay. Alderwoman Tanya.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
I would certainly echo some of the comments that have come. I think it's been, honestly, I feel like the tornado has just caused like an unusual amount of collaboration since I've become alder, where we, talk a lot about things on the front end. I know a number of us have like reached out to your office with an idea and done it. I would definitely give a special shout out to Caitlin and Dan, who are usually my first go-tos and point of contacts, who are extremely responsive. In regards to policy, I found Caitlin to be very thorough and on point, very great follow through, very clear, consistent communication. And with Dan, who's been my man, but especially now, he's been very excellent, specifically when there's emergency crises. Even recently, we had a double shooting on Jefferson, and I was able to call, Chief Milberg and get a response and get the building division out and get the building boarded up that same night. I've had shootings and been able to call Dan and been like, hey, can I get some help with this? So I just wanted to start by just thanking your team and thanking your departments and your cabinets and their leaderships for their work in this very unusual 9 to 5 unprecedented time. Some of my questions are like specific to the budget or general things. I think one of the things that is sitting on my mind as we go through budget is just, obviously it's a challenge for just leadership. And I know that we're missing some positions right now, specifically the health department. So kind of my first question is just around some of your thoughts and processes or timelines have in mind for the health department and for CDA and for the building division, because they either have no director or have interim directors.
Thank you, and I echo your flowers for our staff. We have, I'm every day just more impressed with the team that makes up the mayor's office. While I get to serve as the mayor, it's really a team sport, and it's the team that makes this work. With regards to the department heads, you mentioned several. I'll speak to a couple of those and broadly about hiring. We've recently brought in a new personnel director, Brian Light, who I think is doing an excellent job. He did a phenomenal job after following the leadership of John Unnerstall to fully finalize that pay study and put that into practice. And we are hearing overwhelmingly positive feedback from our department heads about Mr. Light's leadership and ability and work to overhaul the department, streamline the hiring process. And I would encourage you all to talk to your department heads, about that process, the process of hiring and staffing up their departments and getting their feedback, whether it's budgetary or process oriented, or that we're unearthing any challenges that remain, and we are developing solutions for them. CDA, for example, is one where, as you all know, former Director Pfeffer has left the region and left that vacancy. And we brought in Mr. Matt Moak, who previously ran CDA, to serve in the interim. Our ambition for that role, given that there is just an enormous amount of ARPA funds that are tied up in CDA, in that position, now that he's gotten up to speed with the collaboration of Mr. Pfeffer. There was some overlap there that was very constructive in passing the baton, so to speak. So our ambition is to keep Mr. Moak there through the full deployment of the ARPA funds, and he has agreed to do that. So we're really grateful that he's stepping over, taking a break from his career in the City's office to do this. And we will be looking for a full-time replacement after the full deployment of ARPA funds. With regards to the building division, we have that job posted with the help of Mr. Light, and we are looking to fill that role right as we speak. We've got an interim of our health director, interim commissioner Unworry is doing an excellent job filling that role in the interim, but we do have that position open. We did get several applications in. We are looking at what that looks like. So we don't have a concrete specific plan for that, but we will be conducting interviews on the health director. And once we get the applications in from building division, we'll be doing the same. So our hope is to fill those positions for the long term. As you can imagine, juggling several positions open and filling my staff has been a challenge over the last year, particularly because of the tornado and the many other challenges, unprecedented that the administration is juggle in just 1 year. So we're making headway and we're making progress on those, and we'll hopefully have some more information soon. But I do think, particularly with Brian Light's leadership, we're able to accelerate some of those.
Thank you. I think that's helpful, and I think that timeline makes sense, and it's good to put out there as we have these conversations, but I certainly understand the importance of continuity as we get our funds out the door. You mentioned the personnel process, and so my next question is kind of specific to personnel and vacancies. I think something that is no stranger, even from when you were sitting on this side with us as an alder, is a lot of the conversations that I have had with departments in regard to that has been the process of them getting applicants, their process of going through personnel, that they have folks who are waiting, but actually get personnel has to supply the department with the list of folks, and that I've heard that's just a process that can sometimes move as slow as molasses, as my grandmother would say. So I'm wondering about, is that a part of like Ryan's conversations, or do you have any larger picture ideas about kind of going through personnel processes and hiring and getting things staffed and accelerating that?
Yes, Alderwoman, that has been a problem for many years, and
Yes.
you're so right on that. There are several components to that. One thing with that and with what we've kind of brought in something we're calling operational cabinet, which is so we've accelerated the number of times our department heads come and meet with the mayor's office under the leadership of Ben Johnson, Director of Operations, under whom all these departments really report. And as part of that, Brian Light, we've done what we're calling process mapping, the sort of system where we're understanding where the breakdown is. We know from the time a person puts in an application to getting hired has been
Conversations we're having right now. I don't, which is one of my favorite areas of the city, and one that I've had to tap. And me and Mr. Gilberto, I often am like, "Are you stalking me?" Because we see each other a lot. Very present. So obviously, there's a lot of things going on now, and a lot of challenges in that space right now because of our larger political climate. I know there just are a lot of conversations about just making sure how that we stay a welcoming place for those folks who are in fear. I've had several conversations with Mr. Gilberto off the record, but I guess for the sake of like residents who might be watching, and it's probably one of the off the record, but I guess for the sake of like residents who might be watching, and it's probably one of the questions I get most often from just residents in the city who ask me general questions about the issues and what we're doing as a city. So anything that you just want to say to that, and I, again, with me just prerequisiting that, I do think Mr. Gilberto did an excellent job and is very present, is very responsive. I never have to wait long for a phone call. We've dealt with some situations, and obviously there are some conversations that should happen on the record and some that should be off, and so whatever makes the most sense for you to share here in that regard.
First of all, Alderwoman, thank you for recognizing some of these conversations need to happen off the record, on the record, and for recognizing Gilberto's leadership. I think one of the smartest things I did as mayor was Gilberto on staff in that role that previous mayor Tishara Jones had appointed that role, building out those relationships and establishing that position within the mayor's office. Particularly as we've had some very tumultuous times when it relates to new Americans and new residents and residents that are foreign-born in the city of St. Louis. So I really view that work in two main buckets. One, to protect those that are here and making sure that we're running down any threats to our communities of foreign-born residents. And Gilberto has done an excellent job of doing that. When we see issues on Reddit or Facebook or social media, or we get direct complaints or concerns, Gilberto takes those very personally and runs down whether it's sightings of ICE or activity or things of that nature. And so we're actively trying to very actively triaging real concerns within the community. On the other hand, it's important to be proactive and being welcoming. And so Gilberto is always leading the effort to ensure that whether it's communications about emergency weather scenarios are translated into multiple languages, or anytime the city is communicating, that we're doing it in a way that is inclusive and can reach the broadest audience to not only communicate important information, but communicate that we care about how we are communicating to people, and that we are showing through our communication channels that we care about all of our community, and that we are communicating in native languages when possible.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent summary. I try to explain to residents that a lot of my work with Mr. Gilberto is really like kind of responding to situations in real time and, taking issues. And I try to be very cautious of what I might write in an email or what I might say. So I don't know that, the public may ever know the full extent of Mr. Gilberto's work, but I can certainly be a testament that he's never failed to give me a response in real time. And obviously there's a lot of suspicions and rightful paranoia right now. He's just been a huge help in helping me to quell some of those anxieties and at least being able to demonstrate that we're still a city who wants everybody to be here. My last question is just about something that I have to ask on behalf of residents. I know that tied to what Alderman Aldridge mentioned, Chairman Aldridge, around I know you guys were having some conversations around the process of moving money, and the Police Board Commission was trying to move some money. I know their mechanisms may not be the way that we go about moving, but there is been raised by many residents in South St. Louis. They even had a town hall about the shooting range that the police department has in South City that doesn't have any of the dampening walls to kind of block the sound or any other mechanisms to help with that. So I just wondered if you might for residents who may be watching, obviously there was a conversation on Police Board of Commission, but this is our budgetary process and we have our own process for maybe doesn't align with what they were suggesting. But are there conversations about a pathway forward of getting that addressed, or any conversations around some kind of sound bearing mechanisms going in place to kind of help with residents in South City that are hearing those, very loud gunfires consistently?
Yes, so the sound coming out of the shooting range is an enormous challenge. It's a lived reality for residents around that area. There's always been sound associated with the shooting range, but there's two things that are going on simultaneously that have made the shooting noise just frankly unbearable for many members of our community. One is, as you mentioned, what was the barrier for bullets also did act as a sound barrier. And that was an important sound barrier. And number two, the police department is shifting its guns from one type of gun rifle to another. And as a shift, there's a required set of training that each officer has to do, both daytime shooting and nighttime shooting. And so that is happening right now. So there's an unprecedented, unusual amount of usage of the shooting as a required component of shifting from one gun to another gun in the police department. And so the old bullet barrier has been replaced with a different type of bullet barrier that does not muffle sound anywhere near where it was. And that has been expressed. It is an important piece. So, as you mentioned, as we discussed very, very briefly, the Board of Police Commissioners has recognized that there's a need to address that. In the proposed set that was approved by the Board of Police Commissioners last week, there were $5 million worth of transfers approved. $3.5 million were proposed from prior year encumbrances, which is not a legal way of transferring funds. And a prior year's budget, if you have an encumbrance, an allocation, it is for that specific purpose. If that specific purpose no longer exists, those funds are no longer appropriated and can no longer be reappropriated because they're from a prior year encumbrance. And so unfortunately, the vast majority of funds, I think all of the funds allocated for that sound barrier came from transfers that were not legal. There's no legal way to do that. So we've expressed that to them, and I will continue as mayor to push for investments from real dollars to make sure that we can invest in that. I'll also say, with regards to the shooting range, right now we're up against a time clock with regards to working with our port district and our port authority. We have ARPA funds on the table, as well as from the state, as well as some state for much needed development. Utilize several transfer station that will make the transfer of trash 4 times more efficient for our refuse department. And a failure from the Police Board of Commissioners to agree with our Port District on doing this work will result in losing several $1,000,000 of grant funding and the opportunity to develop that port and the opportunity to make our trash department that serves the entire south side of St. Louis more efficient in transferring the trash. So we're up in, this is a very, very important discussion component with regards to the shooting range that has to be addressed in the next couple of weeks, and failure to do so will leave millions of dollars on the table. And so it's my ambition to do 2 things. One, to make sure that the funds are made available to put in that sound barrier, and number 2, that we come to an agreement with the city of St. Louis to do that important work to utilize those funds.
Thank you so much. That concludes my questions. I would just definitely give you a final thank you for making sure that we have a budget from the police department, all the members of ENA, making sure we have a budget police department that still includes our park rangers. I know you've come to my neighborhood organizations and we've had those conversations. I'm so glad that we're still going to have our park rangers and our marshals. They're really important, and I really appreciate us making sure that OVP and Right to Counsel and Code Blue are funded in our budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
All right, I think that concludes the questions from all members. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and your team for being here today.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make mention, I'll just recognize as well, several of you have lauded our team for being collaborative and communicative. And that's a two-way street, so I have to really give flowers to you all for being willing to reach out to our office and collaborate. And I hope that you continue to do that. That collaboration makes our work better and certainly makes us as a city serve our citizens better. So thank you for that opportunity to work with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right. Next up, we have the Board of Aldermen office. That one took some time, team. We have acting president, Mr. Shane Cohn, who will be presenting the Board of Aldermen's budget, since Madam President just had a baby last week. So, Mr. Cohn, whenever you're ready, you may present the Board of Aldermen's budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Oh. It's
a lot of title change.
It's a little turn from Friday when you called me Madam President. Good morning, Chairman Aldridge. I have a few prepared remarks for the members of the Budget Committee here. As you know, I am Alderman Shane Cohn, Acting President of the Board of Aldermen. I'll begin with an overview of the Board of Aldermen budget, or Board of Aldermen for public awareness, followed by a brief review of the fiscal year 2027 budget, which remains largely flat from last year. The Board of Aldermen, as you know, is the legislative body for the City of St. Louis. The board creates, passes, and amends local laws, reviews policy matters, and passes the city's annual budget each year. City residents elect one alderperson from each ward in the city, as well as the president of the Board of Aldermen citywide. The board is made up of 15 elected members, 14 members representing individual wards, and the president, who is elected at large. During the 2025 through 2026 legislative session, the board introduced 175 board bills and passed over 120 pieces of legislation, including several related to tornado relief and recovery appropriation bill, which, as you know, is a priority focus for the Board of Aldermen during the FY26 and will be a priority during FY27. We also made progress on foundational issues for most residents, the need for more affordable housing options. During the fiscal year 2026, the Board of Aldermen passed several bills that prioritized new housing construction and density by raising occupancy limits, reducing lot size requirements, and legalizing accessory dwelling units, or making it easier to build housing options that residents can afford. Moreover, amendments to the city's Prop NS program, which rehabs city-owned properties, will allow us to bring more homes to the market for future buyers. And after a year of researching ways to modernize our city's charter, voters will be asked to weigh in on modernizing the city charter. And this list is only a sampling of some of the pieces of legislation that have crossed the finish line. For the third consecutive year, we've delivered a balanced budget to the mayor's desk on time. I'm confident that with the work of this budget committee and the full Board of Aldermen, we can do it again this year. Today, the budget of the President's Office is what I will be presenting. And as I mentioned earlier, it's about the same amount of money for fiscal year 27 as it was in fiscal with no rising costs. The overall budget for fiscal year 2027 is proposed at $5,500,038,498, which is an increase of roughly $45,000 from the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget. Personal services is the largest segment of the budget. It's proposed at $5,203,346 for fiscal year 2027, a small increase from the $5,141,335 adopted in fiscal year 26. This is the category that includes salaries, benefits, and other employee-related expenditure. Salaries for regular employees are budgeted at $3,670,809, which is an increase from $3,598,210 in fiscal year 2026. The Board of Aldermen's FTE, full-time employees, are budgeted for 51 employees, and we currently have 1 vacant position. The budget for materials and supplies for fiscal year 2027 is unchanged from fiscal year 2026 at $38,000. Contractual and other services has declined for the second consecutive year, falling from $288,484 to $271,000 in fiscal year 2027. A new line item was added back to the board's legal services contingency fund, which is budgeted at $25,000, and that is mandated by ordinance. In conclusion, the fiscal year 2027 proposal reflects a steady, sensible course for the Board of Aldermen. The highlights illustrate thoughtful investment in our people, with the bulk of our resources supporting personal services and salaries, ensuring that our dedicated staff remain capable to deliver quality governance and responsive constituent services. As we move into fiscal year 2027, the board remains committed to fiscal responsibility, transparency, and accountability for all residents. Chief of Staff Jay Nelson is here with me, and we are both happy to take any questions that you might.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. In line is in order of seniority, Vice Chair Browning.
I'm going to pass if you could come back to me.
Alderwoman Tanya.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, Sir President. You look good up there at the podium. Nice to see you this morning.
Looking good and feeling gorgeous.
I feel like this budget is pretty straightforward, so I really don't have any significant questions. This is actually sort of a troll question for you because you've been on budget for us. How are you coming with those phones? I know usually when you're on this side, you ask about the phone. So I would do you a salad and ask about the phones and communications.
That's a great question, Alderwoman. That is a conversation that is still ongoing in the as you may have noticed, though, we did finally get some landlines installed in the office. That was a partnership with the Comptroller's office that manages telecom for the city of St. Louis. So we were finally able to get some of those landlines reinstalled in the office. Still working on cell phones, though, for the staff, and Deputy Chief of Staff Ingracia and I continue to have those conversations.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to note for the public that the Board of Aldermen budget is actually decreasing from what it was last year. So I just want to give us a gold star and give a shout out to Chief Nelson and the rest of the people, Director Payne for, I feel like we're usually every year we kind of do the best with getting our budget in stuff first, and are one of the areas that actually decreased. So I just wanted to put that on record that our budget for FY 27 is $5,538,498, which is a decrease from $5,000 for $615,876. I won't get into the nuances because I think the budget is pretty straightforward, so I don't really have any questions. And obviously, I'm very familiar with our budget and how it works. Thank you for standing in the gap, and thank you for everyone that has done the work to work on this budget. And a gold star to the Board of Aldermen for decreasing.
Alderwoman
Oh, if I may, Mr. Chair, I'm particularly proud of that as well, Alderwoman, and I would say that the board has done its best through the Personnel Administration Committee and the President's Office when we do have opportunities to invest in our staff or invest in any type of request for budget increase. So we do use the surplus from vacancies in our office and things of that nature to fund those types of improvements and invest in our staff. So we have been very mindful of that the past few years as well. Thank you.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Acting President Cohn. This question actually dovetails into what Alderwoman Senier was saying. First of all, I just want to thank the President's Office under budget, that's kind of an awkward sentence, and all the hard work that you all do. Just speaking of that, it looks like that we budgeted 51 positions for the board in FY26, but only 48 were occupied. And can you just talk about, you just mentioned that sometimes you use the leftover budget from vacancies to fund any other things. Can you talk about the policy about managing vacancies and decisions?
Yeah, so as you know, the Personnel Administration Committee is the committee that's responsible for working with the President's Office on managing both the budget and staffing at the Board of Aldermen. So this is also, just as a reminder, a snapshot in time. As you know, we just recently approved filling one of the vacant positions at the board, the deputy clerk role. And so as we have positions that are open that haven't been filled, I'll use myself as an example. My legislative assistant was recruited by the mayor's office when she was sworn in. So we had a fairly lengthy recruitment process, made 3 offers that ended up finally having a successful candidate who started. But for a period of roughly about 9 months, those monies were not being expended because there was an open budgeted for. So, what the Personnel Administration Committee did at that point in time was to evaluate, how much money we did have in our budget due to open positions, and where could we invest those funds, either in our people through training and development, or software updates, or as you know, we've been doing some minor renovations at the Board of Aldermen as well.
So you essentially just use it as not quite discretionary, but I mean, to just go toward other projects.
It depends on the source of funds, but everything would have to get approved through the Personnel Administration Committee. So we start with as any departmental budget, you have the opportunity to use those funds through. Well, and we're a little bit special because we are the legislative body that sets the budget as well. But we do try to stay within those line items as best we can. If there's excess and personal services, things of that nature, then we can try to find projects for funding that are worthy of that.
Thank you. And this question might be for Chief of Staff Nelson or you, Acting President. I know, again, overall down, computer services increased. Can you talk about why, what's the plan for that increase and why?
Yeah.
For the record, Jay Nelson, Chief of Staff to President Green. So when we look at computer services, and I do want to clarify, our budget did not decrease. It's a slight increase to the budget. But when we look at the computer services, that's moving money around based off of where we have to pay our different software contracts. So a lot of our come out of this line item based off of, in the past, it was budgeted for communication services, which is not how we pay those bills.
Thank you. So are we adding any new software?
The plan that Personnel Committee has been discussing is to potentially look at a constituent service management platform and also potentially taking our performance reviews electronic. Currently, we do them by paper, but that's something that the Personnel Committee has been looking into.
Great. I have no further questions.
And I am personally very excited about having a constituent management tool that is online. We all, I think, struggle with managing those differently. And so having a consistent process and tool available, especially since many of those records are public record as well, and we should have a consistent process for managing them.
Alderman Devotie.
Acting President, good morning. Thank you for coming this morning and making your presentation. I don't have any questions.
Alderman Browning.
I have a very similar blazer, Alderman. I should have worn it today.
You should have.
I would like to see it.
Maybe
One
I'll
day.
work on Friday.
Alderman Browning.
Thank you, Acting President Cohen. I really appreciate you coming before us today. You probably didn't expect to have to present the budget for the president's office this year, but you're doing a great job. And I know it's hard to turn around on a quick basis like this. I noticed, this seems like a fairly responsible budget. I see that our LAs are getting a small salary boost, which is good. That's necessary to retain and attract good talent. I'm curious, and I know this is something that's completely under our control, but has there been any discussion about increasing alder salaries, considering I think we all know everything keeps getting more expensive every year. We actually make less money every year because we're paying more money for groceries, especially for gas right now. Not that I'm paying for gas, but others are. I think it's a little weird to value our employees and say we're going to keep salaries going for our employees to make sure we can continue to attract good talent, but then not apply the same thing to our elected representatives. So I'm curious if there's been any discussion about looking at that and making sure that it stays even relative to inflation.
There, to my knowledge, has not been any discussion around aldermanic salaries. I don't know about you, Alderman, but having just freshly come off a re-election last year, I was probably one of the few alder people that voted against increasing or didn't vote for increasing the aldermanic salaries when we did the reduction. But it is a topic that comes up fairly regularly. The process that has to go through, though, just for public edification here, it would have to be done legislatively through a board bill. And when we did go through that process the last time, that was handled by the predecessor to this committee. It was handled by the Public Employees Committee chairwoman, which was Alderwoman Carol Howard at the time. And so Public Employees, which merged into Budget and Public Employees, the committee that you're serving on now, was the committee that held those conversations and did a review of what the aldermanic pay should be. They did comparisons to what other cities of our size pay their elected representatives. They did comparisons locally to other municipalities in the St. Louis region. So there was a lot of thoughtful discussion around that. Elected official pay is interesting in that it can't happen without an election. Increases in pay cannot happen without an election. You can't pass a bill to give yourself a pay increase while you're serving in office. So any increases that would go into effect passed by this board would not actually affect those elected representatives until after their next election cycle. So there's some nuance to that conversation as well. In terms of benchmarking it to GDP, CPI, et cetera, I don't recall conversations about that and the legality of it. But I think that if any member of the body is interested in pursuing that, this certainly would be the committee to bring that forward to, and it would require a board bill to do so.
Thank you. No, that's just it's an important question, I think, because at a certain point, I mean, if we keep giving our LAs raises, they're going to make more than the elected representatives at some point. And I think it's just a conversation about talent in city government that I think the alder salaries previously were dreadfully low. I know it's not a popular political thing to say this, that I think we should all be paid more, but here's the thing. You want professional people in politics without conflicts of interest, you have to pay them a living wage. You have to pay them competitively. Otherwise, they're going to go off to private industry and do that job somewhere where it doesn't benefit the people. And so I'm not arguing for a ridiculous salary amount, but I think it ought to at least keep up with the costs of living every day, because I think it's incumbent upon us to try to make sure that we don't have to require secondary employment in order to make ends meet. So I think that's worth a conversation. I do understand the restrictions that you're talking about, and I'm open to exploring that further, because I think ultimately at the end of the day, I want to make sure that we have a good group of people down here at the board, and I know that right now we do, and I think that the salary increase from I think 2023 is when it happened is a big part of that. So I appreciate you answering those questions. As far as anything else goes, I do see, like I said, some effort here to keep costs down. I was curious, there was a request for about 126,000 in computer services, but proposed amount is 90,000. What were the requests for, and what's going to have to be cut because that full amount wasn't granted?
That's a great question, Alderman. That goes back to the constituent service management platform. I have received the quote from Salesforce of $52,000. So because that's cut, the Personnel Committee will need to reevaluate what a platform would look like that probably is not that cost.
Okay, that's helpful. Otherwise, I know that a lot of thoughtful upgrades have been made to the offices, to the platforms we use, to even down to the microphones that we use. I noticed, though, we do continue to have a problem with mics cutting out. Is that something that the office is looking into?
Yeah, I actually just brought that up 2 Fridays ago when we had to go into recess because the equipment in the chambers wasn't working. So, I think part of that is equipment, but also part of that is, ensuring that our staff is, working with St. Louis TV and, ensuring that and that, we do test runs before we go live with our meetings because all of this technology is still relatively new to the Board of Aldermen. And so we need to make sure that in preparation of our meetings that we are, running the traps on all of these, meetings before we go into the meeting live. And so I think it's a multifold, concern. But, I think you probably noticed at the first meeting that we had, half the microphones were not working. And so I'm still waiting on an answer as to why that was. Were they not charged? Were they just broken? So we are having that conversation, Alderman.
Bless you.
Bless you, Alderwoman. So we are having that conversation, but also,
So I do have an answer to that question because he's correct. He has asked us about that. So in the chambers, we have 2 panels, kind of like in here, you have a panel right here that's connected. In the chambers, we have one that the clerk managed, and in the back, STLTV managed. So what we figured out was the panel in the back had half of the microphone. So we, when we have board meetings, to Alderman Acting President Cohn's point, we need to make sure we're checking things like that. Something that small should be checked so that we don't have issues like that.
I appreciate that, and I hope we can make progress on that. I think it's really important when dialogue gets dropped, we're not providing a accurate public record. So it's a matter of transparency, and it's important. And maybe in your short time as acting president, you can dig further into it. I really do appreciate you stepping up, Alderman Cohn, and of course, congratulations to President Green for her recent arrival. Very happy that all went well. And now we have a little more population in the city, so we're getting there, slowly but surely. I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much for your time today.
thank you, Alderman.
Thank you, Acting President Cohn. Just a brief overview again of the budget. It looks like, I know that Chief Nelson mentioned there's only a small increase. Last year, there was $5,493,651 that was adopted, and this year it is $5,538,498. So just a small increase. FTEs, as I think the Alderwoman had brought up, we are scheduled to have 51. I know we recently just hired 2, so I think that would put us at 50. Have to pat us on the back at the board. We usually spend not only all our money, but we also make sure that FTEs within our department are filled. When you look at other departments, there are a lot of open vacancies, and we're doing a good job. Outside of the Board of Aldermen budget, I also want to thank our staff here at the Board of Aldermen, because if it's not for them, I think they're the one who make us look good on a regular basis. There always can be stuff done better, of course, like with microphones that was brought up, but they're the hardworking individuals that make meetings run, the documents are printed for us. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the staff here at the Board of Aldermen who work extremely hard. There's a lot of personalities, and they have to deal with all of them. Everyone's not as sweet as I am. So thank you, and also thank you to the president's staff that's been very helpful when it comes to legislation and other items. So Paul, as we clearly we're a good department in the future. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
All righty. Moving right along, trying to catch up a little bit to speed, but doesn't mean that we have to rush it all. We have Madam Controller here to present her budget. Madam Clerk, if you can pull up that presentation that was provided to us. Madam Comptroller, just state your first and last name. If you want to mention who's here with your team, please feel free to, and whenever you're ready. It looks like we're getting that presentation pulled on up.
Is it the correct one?
Whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am Donna Behringer, the Comptroller of the City of St. Louis, and I brought with me today my Deputy Comptroller of Finance, Jason Fletcher, my Deputy Comptroller of Real Estate, Ryan Coleman, my right-hand person, her role would just be, she's there when I need her, Mackenzie Looney. And then Jim Garavaglia, who has brought a wealth of information of being here for many, many years. So that's who I have with me today. And I just wanted to cover a couple things before I go into the exact numbers here. And that is because it's been 1 year. So last year when I was up here, I wasn't as well versed on what I should have been, and knowing that what everyone asks me, no matter where I go, is, what does a comptroller do? That's the number one question. And so what I tell them is that we are the watchdog of the City of St. Louis finances. We cover and see the flow of funds. However, we do not control any department's expenditures. And while we run the payroll for the entire city, we play no role in the calculation of each one's paycheck. The lens in our office functions so to ensure there is no waste, fraud, or abuse, which is why the office is all civil service employees, because we oversee the city finances. We see the contracts, the accounts payable, the bonding, the TIFs. We also oversee all of our city assets. The largest departments tend to be in the office, accounting and auditing, because that is one of our key functions. Also, during this past year, our office did play an integral role in what would happen with FEMA funds. When the tornado struck, we had FEMA once before, and we wanted to make sure that we were going to get all allowable reimbursement through the FEMA rules. So we had dedicated accountants who were there every single day when it first happened. They were there on weekends. They never asked for overtime. They felt that they owed it to the citizens of the city of St. Louis. And to this day, we still meet and oversee and make sure that the finances are modernizing the office. When I took office, there were 2 stacks of paper contracts that needed wet signatures that were almost as tall as I was. You see, the City of St. Louis, the Comptroller's office, we pay all the vendors. There are over 10,000 vendors that we work with. Every department submits a contract to the Comptroller's office in order to have vendors. And then once the contracts are set up, then invoices are input by the departments, and our office then sends a check to reimburse them. What people don't realize is that before we were able to do what's called Oracle, that process could take, in order to set up a contract, up to 4 to 5 months. And if we were going to write checks, it could take up to 2 to 3 months. So that was a big lag, and it was also done manually. So if those contracts came to the Comptroller's office and they were not set up correctly, the process had to start all over. So we set up Oracle. We started last August, and what it is that every department submits contracts and invoices, so every department needed to get up on Oracle. We made sure that we talked to all the people who actually input the work in each department so that we could set the module up so they understood it, we understood how it should be set up, so that we could roll this out very seamlessly. We had a couple bumps in the road. We didn't realize that we did have some departments that either didn't have computers available to those who would be inputting them, nor did they know actually how to use Oracle. all this time making sure that it rolled out seamlessly. And then in December, when we did roll it out, we spent the first 2 weeks doing it paper and electronically. So if there were any glitches, any problems, we could fix it on either end. I can tell you this is a big deal for the city of St. Louis, especially if you talk to the vendors. And that is because right now, if you submit a contract to the comptroller's office, it will go through 5 offices and then get to us. It is now set up so that we can have a contract set up for any department within 7 business days. The next process is the invoicing. So once you have a contract with the city of St. Louis and you are to be paid, then it goes through all the process, gets to us, and once it is approved, we can have that check cut in 1.5 days. So we have actually brought the office up into this century when it comes to electronics. What I can tell you, though, is in doing the checks, I was noticing that we had one more issue that was happening. And this had to do with the fact that the checks are printed. And I don't know about you, but my mail is not coming. We've got weeks where we're getting it twice a week, and I received something that was mailed to me February 1st, just last Saturday. So we mail the checks out to these vendors, and they were coming back. They were coming back undeliverable. I was taking stacks, looking at the addresses, and realizing these were valid addresses. So that is why some of our vendors were not receiving their pay. What we have started, and hopefully a year from today, I'll be able to say it's all done, is that we're setting up an Oracle module so that we can start what's called ACH, or what most people know, automatic deposit. So that if you're a vendor with the city of St. Louis and you do your work, instead of us mailing you a check, you will have it automatically deposited into your account. It will come at no cost to the vendors. What I also need everyone to know is that this is a big deal, and that is because if you were a vendor and you couldn't find your check, and then we couldn't find it, it has to be reissued. Same with when they came back undeliverable. We had to cancel the current check, we had to reissue a check, and we had to mail again at first class. This will save the city of St. Louis $100,000 a year just doing this effort. The next thing I wanted to talk to you about was, I apologize, was that another key area of the comptroller's office is bonding. Our job is to be vigilant with our debt versus our income and our assets. We have to make sure we keep our bond rating high. Each time a bond rating is lowered, it costs us higher interest rates. When we do the city, which you all are familiar with, GEO bond, which is government operations bonds, we want to make sure most of our money comes back to us and we can spend it for the citizens. So watching our reserves, watching our debt is a very important thing. The other part was I need to make sure that everyone knows that this office has some very dedicated employees. They go above and beyond what is expected. And I need to make sure I give you all a shout out that was sent to me. Otis Williams wrote, "I was excited to learn today that the city has met the match requirement for the $15 million Regional Crime Commission LRA ARPA funds. The building demolition project, documenting the match, would not have happened without the extraordinary assistance of Donald Neese and Bernadette Davis of the Comptroller's Office. I want to thank you both, Don and Bernadette, for researching the ledgers and documents and finding $7.5 million worth of qualifying expenditures that was deemed acceptable by the Department of Economic Development. Results on their efforts will allow the city to expend the full $15 million for the building demo. Great job." I just needed everyone to know that we have some very hardworking people in the office, and they do a great job, and I can't thank them enough. We also, I see you all have the printout that had to do with what is going on with our budget, which is why we're here today. So I don't want to go on any longer, but I do want to let you know that I'm going to go ahead and let Jason, who is the Deputy of Finance, come up and just do an quick overview with you on what we handed out. And then, Mr. Chair, I'm assuming then you'll want to open it up to questions. I'll stay right
Well, hey, everybody. I'm Jason Fletcher. I'm the Deputy Comptroller, specifically over the accounting and auditing sections of the Comptroller's office. I don't know if you got the second handout. Did you guys get the second handout?
No.
I think it was sent along, but maybe it was sent along later. Okay, she's gonna.
For the second handout, could you also,
Was that emailed?
no, it wasn't. Could you email that to me so I can email it to the clerk so we can have it on record?
So, and it's just because I'm going to just be pulling from there just a little bit of information. So, in FY26, the comptroller's budget for all funds was about 18.9 million. In FY27, the comptroller's budget for all funds is 19.3 million. So it's about it's about $386,000 increase. So it's a very modest 2% increase year over year for all funds. So it's a very modest increase. That modest increase is primarily driven by personnel-related costs, which include staff adjustments and cost of living increases. So the raises are also included in there, as well as a one-time budget correction for the removal of 5 security guards from GTC, the Gateway Transportation Center, and including them in our contractual services budget instead. This allows the city to have more flexibility and coverage that we need, specifically for armed security. We were having some issues here and there getting armed security, and it's required to have at the train station throughout the day. So that taking off 5 security guards off of the comptroller's budget and increasing contractual services did cost the comptroller's office about $213,000 extra above what it would have costed had we kept the security guards on staff. But again, it's very hard to hire the security guards, and it's hard, if not impossible, for them to be, with the police issues that are going on, for them to be armed. Because that has to run through the police. So yeah, we pulled it out and put them in contractual services. So again, this very modest 2% increase year over year is just a reflection of salary increases, very modest salary increases, raises, in other words, as well as an increase in the contractual budget for Gateway Transportation Center. So that's the dollar side of our budget. Again, our budget for FY27 for all funds and centers is $19,343,727. Our staffing level is, as you notice on what you were just handed, was reduced from 118 employees, full-time equivalent, to 113 employees. Now, that easy to see, that's the reduction of 5 GTC security guards. In reality, behind the scenes, we actually added some. I think we added 5 and deleted 10. So it was actually a myriad of adjustments that we worked with the budget division on to really adjust our budget. It was just adding and deleting, but the net result was a reduction of staff by 5. So we actually reduced our staffing level by 5. But again, it wasn't an operational adjustment or reduction, but rather outsourcing it. That's not the right word, but we need more flexibility for the armed security side. So it's bringing on a contractor to help us in the security side. So you'll see that there. The final thing I'll mention are the vacancies. So right now we have 31 vacancies in the comptroller's office, but when we remove the 5 security guards, we'll be down to 26. This is largely transient, and what I mean by that is that these positions are largely, every 1 to 3 years, our accountants and auditors and other professional staff, it's hard to keep staff longer with the salaries that we have, if I could be frank. And so, at any given time, when we have 40 or 50 accountants and auditors combined, we're going to have, 8, 10, 12 vacant at any given time because they leave and we get some new grads and stuff like that. So it's very, it fluctuates year over year, but roughly in between 10 and 15 just in the accounting and auditor sections alone. And then the rest of the 10 or 12 would just come from other operations around the city, whether it could be the municipal garage could have a few, they do have a couple, as well as Gateway Transportation Center still has 1 security guard open, and maybe a transportation specialist, and then some of our other departments have a couple as well. So with the number of funds and cost centers that we have and the full salaried staff of 113, with the vacancy rate we have is pretty reasonable when you consider that some of our more professional positions, because we are a professional office, largely our staff are very highly degreed, highly professional staff members. And if the pay sometimes gets in our way to keep them long-term. So I put down below that, you know, some of the key priorities for fiscal year 27, that this budget directly supports all core services of the Comptroller's Office. Our focus is going to continue to maintain core service delivery, strengthen workforce stability, and improve the operational efficiency through investing in staff and training and technology, as the Comptroller mentioned. This directly supports those priorities by sustaining the essential personnel as well as the technology that the Comptroller mentioned. And then FY27 and beyond, I wrote here that I wanted you guys to know that we really are looking forward to, in the coming years, to prioritize competitive employee compensation. I know that compensation study was passed, and the Director of Personnel on some adjustments there. And actually, I just saw some yesterday that are coming through. But in general, we've got to continue to prioritize competitive employee compensation in future budgets to reduce the reliance on transitional and interim staffing. The strengthening the base pay helps improve recruitment and retention, and it reduces turnover-driven vacancies and lowers admin and operational costs. So I think that's some of the things we should look forward to in the future, and we're hoping to help the budget director as well as Department of Personnel help develop that over the future. So that's all I prepared for today. You guys have any questions?
In order of seniority, starting with Vice Chair Alderman Browning.
Thank you. Thank you to the Comptroller for being here today, and also all of our staff. It never ceases to amaze me all the things that fall under the Comptroller's office. I appreciate the efforts you made to save money in your year in office. It's really cool when you can just instantly identify things that really save the taxpayers money. That's I think a big part of the job, even if it's not specifically under your duties. The finance nature of the Comptroller's office requires a keen eye to where we can actually make improvements. So I think that people should feel good about the Comptroller being a watchdog for the efficiency of their taxpayer money. I don't have any questions. These seem like very modest budget numbers. The small increase in salary makes complete sense. Like I was just talking about, we have to increase salaries if we keep good talent. So I don't really have any questions. I just want to express my appreciation for the work done so far and keep it up.
Great. Alderwoman Sanier.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello to the Comptroller's Office. I always start by giving thank yous to the staff. I know all of you all's faces, so I've just enjoyed working with you all. Mr. Coleman, I've always loved working with you, and I do still have a bone to pick with the Comptroller over, your transition. I'm leaning into accepting it very resistantly, but Mackenzie, you've been great to work with. I think you're an excellent right hand. You and I have had so many conversations, and I know we're still very much kind of discussing our procurement processes and selection committees and things that hopefully we'll see some legislation on soon. And it's been a pleasure to even work with you on legislation and review our processes. I know, as a newly citywide elected official, it can be a lot coming into the office. The department is struggling to bring us into, I would say 2026, but that's probably too ambitious. I think we're actually just trying to bring the departments into the 2000s. And I think we're getting there. So I always start with gratitude. I only have a few questions about just you all's budget and processes. My first one is very biased. Mackenzie, I always say that I love your service and I look forward to you elevating in the department, both by title and name, because I think you do a lot of work behind and on the scene, and are the one that I go to outside of business hours for things and kind of tap. So definitely want to thank you for your work and look forward to you kind of rising in the area. For you all specific budget, I only really had a question about the municipal garage budget request. this is something I've been learning about, taking interest in. Our city loves to talk about parking. The request is for $481,553. And my questions are really just general over like this fund and if it brings in any revenue, and if so, where does that revenue go?
The municipal garage does charge for parking, so there is some revenue. The revenue would just go back into the general fund, and it would, yeah, it goes back into the general fund.
Okay, these next questions are, again, just very general education questions, just for clarity for my sake. The Neighborhood Stabilization General Obligation Bond, that is on page 80, if you're looking. For FY '27, it is budgeted for $50,121. I'm just curious, can you tell us like what that is and what that's in regards to?
Yeah, sure. So the Comptroller's Office, by board bill, as well as a cooperation agreement we have with SLDC, is required to help with the rollout and maintenance of the Prop NS program. And so it's actually under Ryan Coleman, the Deputy Comptroller of Finance and Development. It's under his purview that some of his staff, it's actually one staff member. I think I put it at 50%. So 50% of one of his staff members works directly with SLDC to roll out the additional, $6 million as we, issue more bonds. And then throughout the year, he maintains and his staff maintains the budget for the Prop NS program as a whole. So in the ordinance, in the cooperation agreement, it states the Comptroller's Office creates the budget, the administrative cost budget for the program itself. So Ryan's staff would work with SLDC to determine what is your budget going to be for the year, what are you guys going to spend administratively, and so all of that work that Ryan's staff does is what we budget for in that Prop NS program.
Okay, and my last one is, it says on page, because mine doesn't align with the book, it's a GOB debt service. It's page 85. It may be similar to what you just talked about because it's neighborhood stabilization, but it's bond debts, but this one's for the bond debt service. So I would assume it's similar things, but this one is just for the debt portion of it.
Yeah, this is the GOB debt. It's Fund 1301. So that is our debt service that we set aside for GOB bonds, so general obligation bonds.
Okay, I think that's a great question. This one might be for Madam Comptroller. It's not directly budget related, but I think some of the questions folks have mentioned are kind of in regards to bonds specifically for tornado recovery impacted areas or things along that lines. So my general question is just, have you or your office taken a look into any of those conversations or taken a look into what any pathways possible, even if you're at the beginning of those conversations? I'm very curious to your thoughts, as many members of the public have mentioned it to me, and I'm still fleshing out about like what that could look like, or any of your thoughts on possibilities there, if it could be a helpful to analyzing it, that kind of thing.
Specifically, any bonding towards the tornado funds?
Okay. Or towards tornado recovery in general.
Okay, yes, we always look at bonding for everything that's needed, but the key is you look at what the bonding you need, right now, if that makes sense, because in the world of bonding, they need to know what specifically it's for. And if we don't spend it down, so the example will be the GO bonds that we do for the Board of Aldermen so that you can do the work in your wards. Each of you are given a certain dollar amount. That needs to be spent down before we go out for more bonding. And so that's why it's one of those things where it's like a spreadsheet. We look at who needs the bonds right now. Can we issue them? What is our bond rating? If our bond rating lowers, then the interest rate, the cost to bond goes up. So we're always looking at every avenue of
Where it wouldn't be good to leverage.
Correct. We have the advisors, and they let us know what is your next best, or what is your emergency? What is your emergency right now? And then we look at what would it cost us to go out for a bond.
Okay, thank you. My last question, this one might be for you. It's just very general about the budget. Subsidy Sister City is 567,802. It's for $75,000. It's on page 87. Same question of clarity of what that's in regards to.
What's the account again?
567,802.
And is that for which? Is that for the general fund?
Subsidy Sister City. It's on page 87.
Yeah, I don't have my budget book on me. I'm sorry? Yeah, I don't actually have.
That's from the C&T fund.
Okay, convention and tourism?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, convention and tourism, that would be to pay the sister city, I guess, expenses for coming from the convention and tourism fund.
Like
I don't have my budget book on me, sorry.
Like sort of a fee? Or
Yes, Paul, do you mind? Okay.
That's the annual subsidy we budget each year from that particular fund. And that particular fund for convention and tourism is for those type of related activities. But that's specifically, it's the only one we do outside of supporting the convention center debt.
so is that for specifically, like, what does that look like in use? Is that for any like delegation-related subsidies, sister cities? or what-
I would have to look and see what that particular organization is and what the annual fees are and all that type of thing. But I off the top of my head, I couldn't.
Okay.
And I can get back to you on it. I didn't know that was going to be a question. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's just I like to comb through it, and when I see things, I'm like, what's this? I just
No, that's great.
Definitely follow
Yeah,
up.
no worries. Yeah,
okay. Thank you.
sure.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Madam Comptroller, for being here. I've got two different type of questions. One similar to my colleague, Alderwoman Sanier, just kind of an overview education question. There's a lot of feels about TIFs in general. So can you talk about your work in the TIF administration office and how many you currently manage or oversee?
Right now, we have about 180 TIF districts. What's unique about the Comptroller's TIF office is that the office is actually funded by a subsidy from the TIF management, the debt of the management of the debt itself. We get, I think it's 0.002% of all debt that's TIF debt that's managed. That is actually what funds the TIF office salaries. So right now we have about 180 TIF districts around. They have actually been closing, winding down 23 years they're required to close. So either it's paid off before 23 years, or if in 20 not paid off, then they close. So they're actually closing now, winding down at a higher rate than we're opening them. Actually, in the coming years, I just talked to the staff about this, and the Comptroller and I have had several discussions about this, is that in the coming years, we have to be mindful that that office is funded entirely by the subsidy provided by TIF, debt management. And then if we continue in the TIF districts declining in number, and in, of course, debt managed, that will also impact the revenues that we receive in order to fund those positions. So now we're many years away, but the last I looked, and I looked just recently, I think within the next 7 years, we will probably close 50% of the TIFs that we currently have open. So we could drop below 100 in the next 7 years of TIF districts that we manage. Now, there are some TIFs that are actually poised to be opened. It happened before the current administration, so I think they just haven't been opened yet. They're still pulling their boards of directors together or whatever the case may be. So we do have some that are going to open up soon, but I don't think it's to the same level as what we're closing. So over time, that philosophy on TIF development can have an impact on, and maybe should, depending on how the administrations want to work that, but it can have an impact on the Comptroller's office budget, specifically on the TIF section.
You have about 14 employees, is that right for that?
In the TIF section,
Did
we have,
I make-
14. Yep.
And then I think the second question is for both of you, obviously answered. I know we've had a lot of conversations today. Also, I feel like, Mr. Payne, we should just get you a special chair and section with snacks for the duration of the month. But obviously, the need for competitive salaries is really important. Thing we talked about yesterday, talking about today. I'm sure we'll talk about it every other day this month. Can you talk about the mayor mentioned that the raises are within 5% of the regional minimum city employees. Can you talk about what the additional compensation, where that is in the range for your employees, and how we're stacking up in the region and or with other municipalities as far as where we are and perhaps where we need to go to be competitive?
All right. A big question, but I'll try to let you all know what I have learned about the city of St. Louis, which I'm kind of embarrassed, no one told me as an alderman. that we have different pay scales based on how you are, what category you're in. So the only people who have to comply with the rules are civil service employees. If you are a county office, or if you are exempt, or if you are patronage, you don't have to comply with those rules. So the civil service employees, and that's what I'm speaking to, the civil service employees can't get raises unless the personnel department says they can. We don't know what they base it on, right? And sometimes they do, but in our case, it doesn't, it's very difficult. When it comes to looking at market rate pay, the one thing that has been left out is our benefits, because when they did the study, all they said was, oh my gosh, the benefits are great here. In fact, they're better than anything in the region. But they didn't talk about the fact that if you aren't aware, and I can get you that calculation, for a civil service employee in the city of St. Louis, if they make $52,000 a year, that's actually $95,000 a year. So when you're looking at paying someone $100,000, you're actually paying them $140,000 with benefits. So that's why that has to be calculated. And I used that calculation when I was an alderman, because people are across in the regular world say, what is a pension? Because they used to exist in the old days. Then they got rid of them because they're expensive. But it is the carrot at the end of the stick. It's one of the reasons that our teachers, they have one of the best. The state of Missouri's teachers' retirement pension plan is one of the best in the entire country. And they do that because they don't make a whole lot of money, right? But when they retire, they have something that no one else has across the entire country that they get. So that's why I hesitate to say that it should be market rate when civil service has very clear guidelines that we must follow, and they are some of the lowest paid of all the employees in the city. And I also want to preface by saying people are now starting to see the value of a pension, and we should be celebrating that we do take care. I will say two more things that you didn't ask me about, but I do want to make sure, I'm sure you saw this by reading everyone's payroll. We're getting clobbered with the healthcare, 8%. That's huge. So we're all absorbing it, right? But we do take care of our employees. The next thing I'd like us to see is to help them get HSAs. We do not offer HSAs, and I think that's a huge benefit that we should start looking towards. I've looked into what it would cost. It costs us, the city, it will cost us money up front, but at the end of the day, I think it's a great benefit for our employees. Did I answer? I apologize if I didn't.
You did. It's a hard question. I do want to just say thank you for all the work that you've done. I know that you and your staff have been very collaborative and both trying to solve the near-term problems and think about ways we can make the city run better. And I very much appreciate your collaboration and your staff's collaboration in that. So thank you, and thank you for being here.
And can I say one more thing? I apologize.
Absolutely.
I've had a great working with our new director of personnel. He has been fantastic to work with. He's heard all my concerns, and he also agrees with these as well.
Great, and now you've just given us some questions for him for when he appears. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Devotie.
Madam Comptroller, it's always good to see you. Modernization seems to be a kind of a catchword around City Hall. I don't know that I used the word modernization until about a year ago, and now it seems like very few days go by without it leaving my lips. I think you and your staff, your entire crew, should be congratulated on the steps you have taken to modernize the office. You mentioned of being able to execute a contract within 7 days, or getting a check cut or payment issued within 1.5 days. Those are the kinds of things that when we hear from our departments about some of their frustrations, what they hear from vendors, those were the hang-ups that made it difficult for us to get work done at City Hall. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I do want to follow up on that particular aspect that you brought up, and that is with respect to the contracts or the language. I know and I'll use an example, for instance, getting new sidewalks paved, right? that a lot of times when I talk or I ask the street department, where do we stand with respect to laying our 50-50 sidewalks in the Fifth Ward? One of the questions or the statement is, our contracts don't have any priority in them. In other words, if a contractor we're working with has a gig with Webster or Shrewsbury and it's got a priority, that's what they handle first before tackling a city contract. And that's just one example. What, if any, involvement does your office have in that? And from your perspective, what can we do to make things move a little smoother, whatever it might be?
Interesting question, because that came up in our talks this morning, waiting to come in here. And that has to do with the different types of contracts, how they're handled within each department, and how we need to, as a city, start keeping an eye on revenue that's not coming in. So I'll give you an example. You gave the 50-50 sidewalk. I can give you a specific with when we issue fines that should be done by, let's say someone doesn't mow their lawn, don't cut the trees. That's done at the department level. We never see that. But then we start going out and we try to figure out how much money should be coming into the city. We're not able to track where that is. And so my suggestion this morning had been, then maybe we should meet with some of those departments and see if there's some way we can figure out how to calculate that, because we don't see those. We don't see that this particular person on this street got their sidewalk, supposed to be part of the 50-50. Did the city ever get their 50 on that 50-50, right? We don't see it that level. So am I incorrect, Jason?
Well, no, in that,
Could you speak in the mic?
I'm sorry?
Could you speak into the mic?
Sure. Yeah, there currently is an outstanding list of 50-50 sidewalk revenues that are due to the city. It is maintained, accessed by the street department. Kent Flake last spoke to this a couple years ago, and I reviewed it. So yeah, comptroller is right. We don't know at any given day what is on that access database and what is currently outstanding at any given point in time during the day.
Which makes me uncomfortable.
Sure. It is, from a budgetary perspective, is that something that can be handled within your office, within individual departments' offices, or is it a combination of all of the above or something else?
My personal opinion, and I'll let Jason chime in, would be that we need that individual department to have a module in Oracle that has a clear guideline and tracks it. And I don't think that's happened, and it could be because of that famous word, modernization, right? And that's something that needs to be looked into. And on that same note, it was given to our advice to us. We paid a lot of money for the consultants to do Oracle for our city, a lot of money. One of the things they came up with was the comptroller's office should have someone in charge of Oracle. So it doesn't matter whether it's a street department, it doesn't matter who contacts us, for the end user and to understand how to use it. Maybe we should create new modules would be the best thing to be looking at. And we did put that in our budget this year because that was recommended, and we're getting ready to do that because that is the ultimate goal. We want to get everyone up on Oracle. We want to figure out how to run the city efficiently when it comes to the finances. And this is the perfect example of us sitting down with maybe the streets department, the forestry, and saying, hey, Oracle, you can feed this into Oracle so you can track it, because we need to collect our revenue in the city.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then I want to follow up on a question Alderman Sanier asked. And this is my ignorance, so I would just appreciate the education. And that goes to the municipal garage. Can you educate us or educate me on what is the municipal garage? What role does it play in the operation of the city? And how does your office manage it?
I cannot speak to the historically why it's under us, but I can tell you the significance. It's very old. How old is that?
I don't know, decades.
Decades. Well, 1900. And it's, unfortunately, it's crumbling, okay? So it is deteriorating to the point where there's a bunch of spaces that can't even be used. However, the municipal garage also keeps our fleet. And the reason that's important is because when you heard about the Code Blue, we played a role in that. What that meant was when they say Code Blue and they needed vehicles, right? They went to the municipal garage. Our people would come in, whether it was, 5 inches of snow, 2 o'clock in the morning. They would meet them down there, and they would give them the vehicle that they needed. For the streets department, it was trucks. For the neighborhood stabilization officers, it was vehicles that go through snow. So we are the ones that give people vehicles to use. It's called the fleet. So that's on the main level, and that's the first thing they do. Then we do actually charge for spots in the garage, but it's getting more and more difficult because of the age, and it's crumbling. And so that's why we've been looking into upgrading it. In the old days, they used to actually rent it during Cardinals games and hockey games. We can't do that now because number one, we don't have the staff, but number two, the amount of spots that aren't usable is not very good. And so that's our first goal, is to get that safe. That needs to be safe.
So interesting then that for this next fiscal year, we're talking about a difference with respect to operation of the garage of about $40,000. So recognizing what you've just said about the need to provide some very basic maintenance and upkeep, can you explain to us the difference in the proposed budgetary amount?
On just what you have, or
Yes.
or what we're doing to upgrade the?
Well, I guess help me or help us understand. It sounds like on one hand, your office needs to spend more money to maintain the garage, but on the other hand, with respect to the next fiscal year, the ask or the budget is actually less. Is that something we need to be considering?
Well, that's because we have one less person. Yeah, it's because we have one less employee over there. That's what that 40,000 is. But I do want you all to know that if you go to your capital books, that we do have upgrading that garage in there.
Understood. Thank you for the explanation. So the difference in the number goes to the personnel issue that you described during presentation.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay, good. Thank you both.
Thank you, Comptroller. I will say, Alderman, the 50-50 will be a good conversation to have when the Streets Department comes, because I think that's an outdated kind of process that we use. Me personally, I just use my ward capital to pay for it, maybe because, sidewalks are expensive, and yeah, but we definitely should talk about that 50-50 program because I think it's outdated. I just have one question because I know we have our next presentation here, and I want us to try to sneak in a break before our afternoon one. I think a lot of my colleagues covered some of the budget questions. With you being a member of ENA, the budget starts with Paul, and he goes through departments, and you being a member of ENA, you see the budget, then you guys have public testimony, and then you vote on it. And then it comes to the board for us to evaluate. I think it was, last week when the vote was taken, you voted to abstain. So it's almost as if there's some concerns within the budget that you're sending to the Board of Aldermen. Can you talk more about what those are? What should we be on the lookout for? Because typically, ENA all agrees, but if one member is a no or abstain, and it gets to us, could you talk more about why you abstained, or what should we be paying attention to make sure that it's a strong budget that you felt comfortable in voting in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spent 8 years on Ways and Means, so I did this to myself. And what I mean by that is I tried to read the entire line item budget before this meeting, or before we voted, right? That was not possible. But I did go through and I was looking at the line item budget, and I had a few things that I felt needed to be addressed. And one of those, which I've already brought up, is that the healthcare costs for our employees, no one has talked about that, and that we need to figure out if it's going to cost them more, cost us more, is 3% enough? And who is receiving that 3%? Remember, we have different categories of employees. I don't have that answer, but I couldn't get that answer in time. I also saw that there were some departments that had this much budgeted for, let's say, travel, but then your people that should be traveling had very little budgeted, and I couldn't come to sorts with it. So I didn't have enough time to get all the answers I wanted because they weren't there. And it's probably what I would say my worst best attribute. I dive down deep and I look and I go through and I'll go say, well, why did that happen? Why did that happen? And then I also was concerned at the fact that we keep looking at budgets, but we don't look at revenues. And that if we do want to continue to spend money on certain projects, where's the stream of revenue we're going to get from it? And there are places we could be getting our streams of revenue, and we're not going after them. So that was really the topic I wanted to bring up. I think our problem is our lack of being able to collect revenue, and it's not anyone's fault. That's not the issue. The issue is, like you said, with the 50/50 program, and we have to start addressing that. And how do we address that? So it was more to open conversation, to looking at the line item budget and comparing it and what's here. And I also had concerns about some overtime. And not because I don't think people should get overtime, but is the overtime being used because we can't pay our employees enough, right? Because they just don't make enough money. But if we add overtime into the budget, does that put them where they should be? And I would prefer they make the money versus us trying to figure out how to give them overtime. So it was multiple things. And I told people, I said, I should have just started listing it when I was going through the budget, and I'm not even all the way through it. And so I knew that you all would have to be doing exactly what I was doing, which is going through everyone's budget and trying to figure and sort through what's going on here. So it was, even on my own budget, when I looked at things, I was like, when I caught that 40,000 on the garage, I was like, oh, that's right, we have one less person. So it was a multitude of things. There was not one thing. So that's why. And I'm more than happy to sit down with anybody and go through my book. I'm not done with it, reading line item.
Yeah, well, we'll be doing that over the next few days, is going line item. I would say if there are something that you want this budget committee to be aware of, because we do have the ability to decrease and increase or make changes and send it back to ENA, so that I think, everybody's comfortable on the budget. We're definitely always open to hear some of those suggestions or input that you have.
Absolutely. I will have that conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions from my colleagues, we will thank you, Comptroller, for being here, and thank you for your staff for also coming with you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, we will move on in order of the next department. We have Recorder of Deeds. If Mr. Butler want to come on up and present his budget, may proceed, and can also let us know who you have with you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Still morning. Try to get you guys out here before lunch. I'm Michael Butler. I serve as the Recorder of Deeds for the city of St. Louis, and I'm glad to be here with a few staff members. We have Deputy Recorder of Deeds, Lucinda Frazier, our Human Resource Manager, Mr. Tim Person, my administrative assistant, or our administrative assistant in the city for the office, Robin Davis, and our recording manager, Patty Ellison Brown. I also want to acknowledge members of the committee. Thank you all for your work, and for the chair for squeezing us in on Cinco de Mayo for us to get our budget, as I'll be traveling next week. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the chairman's staff. If Matt is here, man, he's been very good at keeping us in touch and what we need and what the expectations were for this budget hearing, and that's something that has been very welcome, that professionalism. So I'll start with a summary of our office. Our office handles all of the important documents for individuals and citizens of our city. That includes birth certificates, death certificates, marriage licenses, and land deeds. And we have archives dating back to the mid-1800s for all those documents in the basement of City Hall, which we keep for safekeeping for when our citizens need them. Because of that, our budget summary totals about a little over $3 million, a total of $3.4 million. A summary of our budget can be dialed down to one thing. I've had a strategy over the last 8 years to stay within the budget director's allocation of mine. And I want to acknowledge, if he's still here, Paul Payne as a budget director has been very helpful and very helpful to our office. I don't rock the boat too much for you guys, and I'm not asking for any kind of increase over our budget allocation. And we have, for the past 8 years, stayed within that amount. Since the last hearing, since last year, we have done quite a bit of things to utilize those funds in a positive manner. For one, since the May 16th tornado occurred, our office has given away about 2,500 free documents to people within the tornado recovery zone. $2,500 at no cost. And yet, the biggest takeaway we've gotten from that is that our revenue has increased. What we found is that as we've catered to the community and taken care of the community, they have come back and then purchased more documents that they may need for their family or themselves. On top of that as well, our office has taken this year to try to overhaul some of our software systems. We've taken a project to try to in-house build our software system that we pay about $240,000 a year for. Because of that, our software provider took note, and I successfully negotiated a 25% decrease of our software costs. That is reflected on our budget on page 189 of the budget. For our office services, we have went from our FY26 budget allocation was $235,000. We decreased that budget line item to $180,000. And what that does is pretty much frees up some funding for us to continue to offer services at a great level. I want to also add that, of course, our budget, a small budget change for us is the increase in salaries that all of our budgets are reflecting across the city. About 70% of our budget is budget salary, so that has a big impact on our budget. And then everything that comes along with those salaries, FICA, medical insurance, retirement plan, totals about $3.1 million. So that then adds to about 90% of our budget is just employees. As we're dialing into employees, I want to note one small change that is going to reflect our desire for improvement of technology. Is our only small change we have in our full-time employees, if you're looking at our personnel schedule, is that we last year came to this committee with the same amount of FTEs, but we reduced a FTE for a information systems administrator, and then increased a customer-facing clerk position within our office. This year, I am restoring that information system administrator, but reducing a supervisor position. That all still falls within our allocation, but that allows us to increase the amount of internal programming and technology improvements we can make ourselves. The last part about that is that we are decreasing the amount of recorder clerk 2s we have, but increasing the amount of recorder clerk 3s by the same amount. That allows for upward mobility of our employees. It's a way for us to give our employees, to retain our employees and keep them paid at a very high level, while not increasing the amount of costs for the city. At this time, we have 33 full-time employees budgeted. We have no vacancies. We've not had a vacancy in years. I use the strategy of quality over quantity, and we've been able to decrease the amount of employees we've had in our office by 20% over the past 8 years, while increasing revenue by 50%. This is going to be my last budget hearing with you all, as many of you know, and I want to take a note to talk about the fact that our office has increased revenue, ballooned it by 50% over 8 years. When I first presented to this committee 8 years ago, our revenue, actual revenue receipts are about $2.6 million a year. Now they are $3.9 million a year. And at that same time, our office was receiving $2.6 million and spending $2.9 million. Now our office receives $3.9 million, only spends $3.4, which we are happy that we are returning money to the general revenue budget, and at the same time decreasing FTEs and decreasing that medical and FICA costs to the city. It's been my honor to serve as the recorder of deeds for our city and to serve with each and every one of you for small projects or big projects. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Starting in order of seniority, Alderwoman Tanya, or Mr. Recorder.
Thank you, Chairman. Ricardo Butler. I am sadly going to accept that this is your last year in front of us. I'm really grateful for your service to our city. During the tornado times, I dealt with your office twice, and I actually never had to contact you. I thought I would have to, but the two residents that I was helping out, when we would get to your office, they were helped quickly, very efficiently. I've always found your staff to be extremely responsive and honestly truly like caring and compassionate. There were situations that were quite nuanced and complicated, and I would say like once I came back to check on them and they weren't my constituents, I was kind of helping out. They live in a tornado impacted area, but I came back and every time they would follow up and be like, I don't need anything else from you, I've got everything I need. So I would give a big shout out to your office and Ms. Linda and everyone for the work that they're doing. Even, it looks like he had to step away, but Mr. Pearson, I've seen him in a couple of meetings and conversations and things that I would hope whoever will assume the office next will continue. You know, obviously a lot of your work is on the record, but I've seen your office do very impressive things even off the record to help folks out. So I hope that that spirit can continue. My first question is, you said maybe you have a secret sauce you can give us. One of your departments is the only ones that is fully staffed, and you have been able to do that for a number of years, and one of the few departments that has. So I'm really impressed by that. Do you think that is because maybe you're allowed a different level of autonomy or independence as a county office, or is there something specifically that you would point to that you've focused on since becoming a leader of that office to get to a point where you're fully staffed and on a consistent, sustainable basis?
I think thank you for the comments, and thank you to our staff for that, for doing well. Our secret sauce is that quality over quantity. But one, you want to simplify each of our positions, their tasks in each of the positions. I can go deeper into how to simplify, but simplify those tasks, increase salaries, and while decreasing the amount of FTEs. What you find is that typically employees in 2026 are having a second job to make ends meet. And when they no longer need a second job, they tend to give you more productivity. So our office also has about 120% productivity, which means we are doing more with less. We're doing more birth certificates, more land deeds, and yet we're doing more with less. The fourth prong with that is technology improvements. I've told my staff since 2019, there's no amount of money I won't spend. There's no ask they can't have that we won't invest in technology, and that technology improvements have allowed folks to work smarter, faster, and for us to do.
Thank you. That really is the end of my question. I just send a thank you to your office and to your staff for doing a great job, and thank you for your leadership here. And I look forward to continuing whoever goes next to still allow me to use the conference room.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That was an on-the-record commitment.
You got it, from me.
Thank you.
Alderman and Vice Chair Browning.
Thank you. No questions. Appreciate you being here today, and thank you for the good work you're doing.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
Thank you for being here, Recorder of Deeds. Questions for you this time, and of course, we are grateful for all your service and for all the productivity that you've put into the office, and we'll be sad to see you go this election cycle, but wish you the best on your next year.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
Alderman Devoti.
I join the sentiments that were just mentioned. I don't have any questions, but I would also like to say thank you for your service. Looking at the development of the office over the last 8 years, your leadership is absolutely clear and your fingerprints are all over everything. So again, thank you for your service to this city that we all love very much, and best of luck in whatever is next for you.
Thank you so much, Alderman. Thank you all.
And I echo everything that the Alderman from the 5th and my colleagues have said. You know, Mr. Recorder, I think this is a loss to the city by not having you continue on. Regardless, whoever come after you got some big shoes to fill. I've had the opportunity to work in the office and have seen how you have modernized it, how you've really made that office not just modern to the 21st century, but also have made it more user-friendly for people to be able to come in and access documents and use computers. You took the office to the next level by even acknowledging and having these heritage months, which I believe the Pride one is coming up, and acknowledging different individuals and communities in the city of St. Louis just being creative. The first millennial to be elected in City Hall. It is unfortunate that, sorry for the ones that may hear this, whoever may come after will not be that. You know, we need as many young people in office, but you have, I think, really turned this office around. So whoever comes after you have a opportunity to continue to do the great work. Thank you for your service, not only to the city of St. Louis, to the state of Missouri. I hope this is just a break and not the end, but when it comes to your budget, as the Alderwoman said, impeccable budget, you know, all staff is full-time, or you don't have any vacancies, as well as more revenue coming in. So thank you, and thank you to your team, which I've worked with, many of them, for the work y'all doing for the city of St. Louis.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for all your support over the years.
No problem.
All right. See you all. Thank you all.
All right, with that, we will sneak in a recess to about 12:05. I will take a motion for recess to 12:05.
So moved.
Moved by the Alderwoman from the 7th, second by the Alderwoman of the 6th, that we recess to 12:05. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
We will start like right at 12:05.
Alicia, that's 12:05.
Yes. That is All right, the Budget and Public Employees is back. I'll take a motion to return from recess.
So moved.
Second by motion by the Alderman from the 9th, second by the Alderman from the 7th. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're back, and we have Planning and Urban Design Agency who is here to present their budget. It looks like Mr. Don will be presenting it. Just say your first and last name, and you may jump into the budget.
Please, thank you. I'm Don Rowe, the Executive Director of the Planning and Urban Design Agency. Scott Ogilvy of my staff is also here, and look forward to having a discussion and a presentation to you. Do concern a little bit with your wisdom that you've given me an hour.
You have as much time. You are scheduled for an hour, but we end up asking a lot of questions, and this is a important department, so no rush.
Cool. So let's just look at this first slide. We're going to have a couple introductory things really about budget, and then go into some things that remind you what we and one of the biggest reminders I want to give everybody is we're located on the second floor of 1520 Market. So we're co-located with the Community Development Agency, St. Louis Development Agency, Corporation. And we did that purposely years ago. And you can go to one reception area, but employees can go from one of our office spaces to another without going through a closed door. And that's to help produce our cooperation and cleverness in being able to do and solve problems. The Planning and Urban Design Agency is pretty small. We have really 27 employees. SODC has increased their number of employees by more than 27 since when Otis was the last full-time director. And CDA has gotten pretty large also. But here we are. Within the department, we have the planning division, which includes general planning, neighborhood planning, transportation, mobility. Scott is in charge of transportation and mobility. The three people that manage those departments are all called city planning executives. They're very talented, they're well-paid, and they work like crazy. The general planning person is Miriam Keller. She is currently at a ULI conference in Louisville, Kentucky. So we like to have our folks and have funds to go and be and network with other planning. Jonathan Roper is also a city planning executive. Scott's transportation mobility city planning executive participates with NACTO and others. The Cultural Resources Office is a separate section within us. And remember, the planning department has the formal body called the Planning Commission. Scott supervises a body called the Complete Streets Advisory Committee. Planning Commission meets at least once a month. And then the Cultural Resources Office. And when we created all this in 1999, we changed the office to, instead of historic preservation, to cultural resources, because we want to have it be that in our city, we're helping preserve more things than just bricks and mortar, but cultural aspects. They have a board, a preservation board. The Sustainability Office is also headed by a city planning executive, and Alicia is the head of that, and she is currently in Cambridge with our SEMA director at a conference. So we're out there about doing that. Bob Bettis runs the Cultural Resources Office. GIS in graphic design is also within us, and we're doing much of what has become the really dominant things for city government is to know where things are and how to do it. Sustainability, our sustainability plan, I was just talking about it at a national conference, and one of the things I said, we had adopted it, and I'll be polite in my language. Maybe what Washington does, they can do or not do, but with our sustainability plan, we can do things related to sustainability at the local level. That GIS asset I mentioned, and then we have a research person. So Next slide. Oop. Back one. Oop. That's our organizational chart. It just talked about the broad categories. Our 27 employees. Remember, none of them are opera funded, so they will be with us going forward. That's a big thing. Our other colleagues, we faced with that. And I'm happy to be the executive director of it for some time. Another slide, please. Oop, yeah. So this, you've asked for this, of course, it's sort of a comparison and summary and key changes. We have our funding comes from EcoDevo, comes from general revenue, and comes from community development block grant. So we get it from those three city sources. EcoDevo a few years ago was kind of robust because of the rollover money. Remember, the block grant money actually works on a fiscal year that's the calendar year. So it's all a little bit to juggle. As I can take a deep breath, our difference between fiscal year 26 and 27 is a little less, but I can emphasize it's really a little yet less, and that's pleasing. That's a good thing. We did just filled a vacant position in sustainability. We had great candidates, and the new person will begin on May 16th. And that's a good thing for our mission to do it. We have 2 positions on our TO that are not filled. Thankfully, just got the one that's filled with sustainability, which is a big deal. And we have 2 positions that are not budgeted. That's, in a way, okay, because we're going after a grant with CDA called the Pro Housing Grant. And by having those positions on our TO, we'll use and to fund, at least in part, those from that grant. So that's comforting for what we're doing. And now I really like to just show a bunch of slides to remind everybody of what we do. And we'll do these quickly, but they're visuals. And we'll go to the next one. And that's just a reminder that the Planning Commission is a legal body, and what we do when we adopt plans, we do adopt all our plans. They may call themselves neighborhood plans, we do, but they're all elements of the city's comprehensive plan under state law, meaning they are a legal document when we adopt them by the Planning Commission. We've been busy. We did the strategic land use plan. That's a check. We've done a number of neighborhood plans that have been done and completed. Another slide. The strategic land use plan, ding, ding, ding. We did that first time, long overdue without something that really documented as a fully legal foundation. We did at the beginning of Mayor Slay's term. We just did an overall update of that. Miriam led it. We had great consultants. And as you see, and we remind you, it replaces the previous one. It's the legal foundation for land use and zoning decisions, helps guide physical development, gives character to our stuff. And I'll remind you that every plan that I say we adopt as part of the comprehensive plan, a redevelopment plan must be found to be in compliance with it. So they're base documents. Go to the next slide. The Sustainability and Climate Plan, we first did one of those in 2013, kind of leading edge at the time. We've now just updated that, adopted just over a year ago. And it highlights critical risks to us as a city. It has a 5-year strategic roadmap focusing on what the city as a jurisdiction can do. And I'm really pleased when I talk to my colleagues around the country that we have this. And speaking of that, as I mentioned that we have two folks at a conference now, Jonathan Roper and two members of his team, meaning neighborhood planning, were at the National Planning Conference in Detroit. That was great. It's a conference that people come from all over. And this year it exceeded any other annual. There were 4,700 people there, usually 15 people. It's funding. And it's really the first citywide transportation public service. And it establishes a lot of profiles and values and goals and policy recommendations to give us to be thinking about all ways of getting people moved, from sidewalks to the things that we do for the disabled, to different means of transport for parts of the city that don't have access to cars. And then if we go one more, I will just say, oh boy, zoning. Okay, many of you know that I'm 72 years old. Our zoning really last real work on it is older than I. Yeah. So this is, when we say the first comprehensive overhaul, ding, ding, ding. It's pretty expensive for what we're doing. We're aiming for adoption in 2027, so that's going forward. We need to have the budget this year to be going through it. And it's a partnership between the zoning office, PDA, and the building division. And we have great consultants. We're doing a tremendous amount of outreach. And what I tell you, and you know, we do lots of community that we do. I had a brochure of this when I was at the meeting, not this past one, which included this group called the Big City Planning Directors of 25 big cities. We meet also in October. And during a lunch break, I handed out our community flyer that we're doing for the zoning plan, put it on the tables that all were my colleagues, and several people came, this planning director of New York, Dallas, hey, can we get to keep this? Wow, it looks great. So yes, you get to keep it. Next will be neighborhood planning. We're doing that. It's funded by EcoDevo primarily. And you can see we're doing it by geography. We have consultants that will be doing multiple neighborhoods together that the Planning Commission blessed. And coming up in October 26th, between October, we'll be adopting some. So we get more in 2027. It's headed by Jonathan Roper. And of course, some of those plans are in areas that were impacted by the tornado. So we've been revising them and helping them be guidance. This next slide, really we just put up there that we do go out and have meetings in the neighborhoods multiple times with excellent people helping facilitate. We hire neighborhood ambassadors in these neighborhoods to help go door to door. We have committees, and next week we will have a meeting in the Baden neighborhood where at night the Planning Commission will meet, not in City Hall, not in 1520, but out in the neighborhood. We'll have a formal public hearing and adopt the plan at that place in front of. Let's go to the next. Cultural Resources Office, you know, they get kicked in the shins a lot, they get praised a lot. I can't say that they drink a lot because they don't allow that during the day. But it is with the historic districts around the city. You can see a little bit of the data of how many permits we review. Demolition permits are a big thing. Preservation Board items heard. Remember, that's where some things can't be decided by staff, go to the Preservation Board. And one of the things that we're really doing and hope to do this year is we want to use this coming grant, the Pro Housing Grant, and my fingers are crossed, it's a federal grant, to do a widespread architectural survey of North St. Louis and look at areas that can be eligible from the National Register and historic tax credits. So that's on the program for this coming year. The next one, slide gets to be, okay, it's a little geeky. Remember I said I'm old? So my first planning related job was as a Rook Study student in my senior year of high school, where I worked for an engineering firm that was doing things in eastern Massachusetts with small towns. And I drew a map of the towns on the island of Martha's Vineyard as part of their assessor's map on linen with a pen, ink pen. Hallelujah. The days of GIS are here. Esri is our provider for our software. It's institutionalized into IT, into the Cindy Reardon's department, but my department also does it specifically to help with these planning efforts, make available toolbox. And here's the big punchline. Esri, which is the premier provider of this stuff, really has adopted us. We go to conferences that they pay for with them, and it's a good thing and a key professional tool. Related to that is the next slide, is really just cartography type things. Is, we get to know where the people in place are, the issues are, and this particular slide also says, as opposed to it being geeky and all on your computer, the lower left is of these two printers that can print out something this wide and 7 feet or taller. And then, communication, that map to the right, certainly detailed, the really one to print it is one that's 4 feet by 7 feet wide, because it shows on the city everywhere there's some type of historic point that's resorted historically, or we use, have a historic districts, some site. So it's a visual option to that. We can go to the next one, and then we'll be done with a little bit of background. Next one is PDA Research and Design. We've been pleased to be able to have recruited people into our research department that are now elsewhere in city government, helping and doing research. But we do research, and we also have a research that's kind of analytical. One of the things they'll just start doing is some home mortgage disclosure information for the city as a whole, and you can see that's. And then just going to this last real visual, it's the timeline of these processes, just in general. Meaning, as 27 people, we have a lot on our plate, and if I was to be concerned about things, I'm glad that I've been able to recruit them. I'm glad that I've been able, when they've done good things, to be able to increase their pay. And one of my priorities for the coming year is to help make sure we keep them so they get to go to conferences and network, but also help make sure we don't push so much that they burn out. Because we want the creativity, we want the talent, and don't want people to burn out. And so certainly one of the things that Scott's been working on big time is we do things in relationship with other agencies, like Bi-State for the bus rapid transit. Scott's very much involved in that. And then, flooding is something that we need to be concerned of, both from the Mississippi River, but also within the city with rainfall hits. And we have a state grant, a small state grant from the Department of Conservation that helps pay for one of our employees who does that. So with that, there's 3 more slides, and all they are budget. So let's go to those, and I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Don. And starting in order of seniority, Vice Chair Browning.
Thank you. Really appreciate the work that Planning and Urban Design Agency does. Just this comprehensive slideshow. Number of things: the strategic land use plan, the zoning update, the transportation mobility plan, the sustainability plan, data center regulations that are going to be finalized soon, neighborhood plans, and those neighborhood plans were going on well before the tornado hit some of those neighborhoods, but they're going to be instrumental in moving those neighborhoods past that horrible event and into a place where they can grow and grow in a way that includes the people there. I know how good the community engagement your office does is, because I have gone to several of the events and seen it for myself. And so I really want to commend you for that. I think it's really important that these plans be made with the people in our city, and knowing that they will not be accepted if they're not. So all that work that people do, and it's so good, but then if it's rejected by the people, it has no purpose. And so that's, I think, been really good to see. I am concerned, like you just mentioned, about burnout, the immense workload, and looking at some of these salaries, they strike me as a little bit on the low end for the professionals we have. I really appreciate the staff we have, whether it's Miss Russell or Mr. Roper, or can't say enough good things about Miss Keller. They're consummate professionals. They're just incredibly smart people. Do you think that there's a challenge in retaining this kind of talent at the salary levels that we currently offer?
All three of them recently.
That's good to hear. They deserve it.
Yeah.
But in general, are you finding that the salaries are keeping up with the field?
Yes, with the field. I mentioned at the second floor, we have 2 city agencies, and we have the St. Louis Development Corporation. The St. Louis Development Corporation are not civil service employees, and their delta and range for salaries is not in the same system or lock that I have. So they have a little bit more flexibility. And I can see that some are paid with their salaries more than mine. I get concerned about that kind of juggle. They're not members of our pension system, but that is at times a concern. So when I can have the power to do raises and we have money, I've been doing it quite strenuously in the last 2 years. With all that in mind, with my chutzpah to be able to make the pitch that they deserve raises. And so that's something we sometimes are conscious about, that sometimes the grass looks a little greener just down the street in our place. So related to that is how I talk about the morale, and you mentioned that these are professionals. So getting to go to these conferences are a joy to them. And we fund them. A while back, we didn't have fun as much, Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm interested in whatever you have to say, but I agree. I think the conferences is not, I wouldn't even think of it as a perk of the job so much as it's a requirement of the job to stay up to date with the latest information and the latest concepts in city planning. Obviously, we don't have to look too long ago to when there was some pretty terrible city planning practices, which I think continues to get brought up in a way of saying that there's distrust in the community because of some of those decisions. My prime example of that is the ultimate mistake of urban environments, and we know the names of the people who did that and think of them.
We do.
Poorly.
I've spoken nationally about what he's done with other people.
Yeah, but the thing is that in order to avoid those things, we have to go learn about the new ideas that are out there, the proven ideas that other cities have tried, and conferences are a big part of that. So I understand that that's.
To be frank, I wish other departments had more people that went to learn the current best practices. We crave it. I crave it. I'm on many national committees about that. I do mentoring for 3 people that were outside the city of St. Louis, and that's a good point. It's really something we should do, and then if we can do it with a little extra pizzazz that where it is, it's all the better for the employees themselves. But more agencies should send people out to learn the best practices, and in some cases, we invite people here to explain things.
We have a 112-year-old charter in our city, and I think that if more departments went out and saw how other cities operate, they might come back with some great ideas on how to update that. So I think little by little, or maybe one day we'll have the courage to do it all at once. I do have just a couple more questions. Looking at this slide about the Cultural Resources Office, I noticed a pretty big drop off in the Preservation Board items being heard from the past 2 years, 2025. And obviously this year is not even close to being over, but we're off to a very slow start. Do you know why that might be?
Scott, get the title.
Yeah, Alderman, thanks for the question. Scott Ogilvie, Planning and Urban Design Agency. So when we were putting these slides together, some of these are from a presentation we asked ourselves that question. So one answer is this is just the first few months of the year, so it's not the complete year. Another part of that answer is that the staff in the Cultural Resources Office, I think, has redoubled their efforts to work with applicants, whether there was for new building permits, and in some cases demolitions, to try to get the applicant, if they're close, to comply with historic district standards so that they don't have to go to a preservation board hearing. One, two, it adds certainty to the process, and three, if you're complying with the local historic district standards, you're kind of meeting the expectations of the community. So I think that's been an area where there's been a little bit of an internal policy shift there, instead of just saying it doesn't comply.
Add to that is, there's the
Apply.
Add to that is, there's the whole program with zoning is about making things more predictable. That overall processing examination of how hard is it to get through city processes, Cultural Resources is participating in that, and it's a big priority of the entire kick all that.
And I hope that when we adopt the zoning code that we'll see a reduction in people going to the Board of Adjustment, people going to the Preservation Board, just any kind of any of these civilian staffed boards that don't get paid, by the way. They're volunteer.
Some get paid.
Some, you're right, some do get paid, yeah. But generally, it's not an efficient way to do things, and it's not a predictable way that I think can hurt our ability to build new things in the city. I really, really appreciate, like I said, all the different things that are going on. I think a number of these, like the SLOOP and the ZOOP, were ARPA funded. Is that correct?
In part. So the consultants for the ZOOP have a component of their work that's funded with ARPA, and that component will be fully, the billing has been increased, and there's a small amount left. They will complete the work, we will get the bills, and we will pay it by September.
It's an example I often cite when people ask about how we've spent the ARPA money. That's one of the examples I use of one of the best uses of that ARPA money, because it updated something, as you said, that a zoning code that is older than you are, and continues to hold our city back. So this is the kind of forward thinking we need to be doing, and it's not enough just to update processes and procedures when you have an underlying code that relates to a time when a city was much different than it is today.
City was much different. And the other part is we too often do sort of nickel and dime trying to fix, and we appreciate the ARPA money because it made us be able to do this overall comprehensive redo.
Well, I really appreciate the Planning and Urban Design Agency. It's one of the departments that I think can only help make this city better. And so I just want to express my appreciation for you and all the staff, because the work you do really does give me a brighter outlook for our future.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Sanye.
Thank you, Chairman.
Hello, Director Rowe. I'm really grateful for your service in the city. I have the honor of being one of the alders who get the pleasure of serving on the Planning Commission, so I'm very aware of the work that you all do. I would honestly echo a lot of Alderman Browning's sentiments. I definitely am incredibly impressed at you all's ability to manage kind of some workloads that were set based off us knowing we were going to work on Zoop, knowing we were going to do transportation mobility plans. But then also, like, in this time, there's also a need to quickly adapt and discuss data center regulations and whatever else may appear. So I have been very, very impressed by just you guys' ability to holistically manage all of these projects in real time, both the ones that are preset and kind of focus on having a clear agenda and ability to respond to our community as things emerge. My questions are a lot more specific. I think as a result of serving on a commission, I'm just very, I've had the opportunity to get pretty educated on a lot of the inner workings. My first question is just clarifying a budget question that it looks like for the community development planner position planner level 2 that is in the budget, it looks like it's budgeted for one full-time employee to be here, but then the dollar amount is not, looks like it's zero?
The rest of that is paid for from a grant from the State Department of Conservation.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And could you, this is something we talk about often, the economic devo sales tax, which is C14001. I wanted to kind of just put on record a little bit of explanation about this, and specifically its relationship to the neighborhood planning initiatives, just for the public that is watching. Plan Area 7 is in the 7th Ward, and so I'm beginning to kind of have these conversations with residents and explain it. It's a question I've gotten pretty consistently.
So 2 things. One, thank you for that. And as neighborhood planning came up, it's a good thing for me to just tell you something that recently happened. Is in our solicitations for consultants to do the neighborhood planning, and remember, I'll mention that this is multiple neighborhoods in the general Dutchtown area. And we did a specific RFP for the overall consultants. We got 13 responses nationally. Some that have already worked for us, some that know about this. But we also went and we added 2 more things. One is we've been doing in this community engagement things called pop-ups. And it might just be at a busy intersection or street, and there's a park over here, and there hasn't been a pedestrian crosswalk, to fake paint that out and have a discussion. We're doing that. We've hired a sub-consultant that we'll manage that will help with the Dutchtown stuff. The big thing is the Office of New Americans, Gilberto, helped us and served as an advisor on our selection committee, do a formal selection committee for this. For a second opportunity that we're doing is that we've hired a separate consultant to be able to help do, the short answer is do translation services for the variety of immigrants that have come to these neighborhoods. The more important thing is, and Gilberto was helping us with all this, was also to be culturally respectful and know how not just to use AI to translate something, but how to be out in the community, how to have the right action, the right people working with older folks, male and female kids. It was really a joy to recruit them, and we have such under contract, and we've been slowly getting ready to do the work in that area, and now that we'll soon have them approved by E&A, all the better, and we're pretty proud of the staff to realize, and Gilberto to say and help us make sure we're matching for that area.
Thank you. This next question is about the EcoDevo tax, but specifically the subsidy that we provide to SLDC. If you could talk about that and what it is. I know you knew I was going to ask that question.
Yep.
Yes.
So, I'm going to give you a short answer. That money is now going to be used starting the next budget for funding SLDC to do, and I have the job description in front of me, neighborhood implementation managers, neighborhood plan implementation managers. So we've done the community engagement, we've done the planning, we've got to find the resources. The idea is SLDC, and they have staff that's been doing sort of liaison stuff, that they will get money this year through EcoDevo, actually not from us, not from PDA, but from CDA. Because PDA, our purpose for EcoDevo is doing the planning. CDA is in the realm to helping with implementation, so they do some grants. But the SLDC subsidy will be in the allocation from, that goes to CDA, goes to SLDC for the same thing I just described to you, the implementation managers, which John Roper wrote the first draft of what their job descriptions will be.
Is the idea for implementation manager that they would help with some of the like development, like what does that tangibly look like?
Yeah. So I'll finish up one more thing.
Okay.
That 500,000 that you saw there, when the EcoDevo board meets, it will end up being in the line item above it, which is our consultant line on neighborhood planning. Yeah. And repeat what you just asked.
Just tangibly, what will be the roles of a neighborhood implementation plan manager? What are their tasks? What will they be focusing on?
They will market priority projects. They will coordinate and advance approvals and permitting, including zoning board of adjustment, conditional uses, align projects with city, state, and philanthropic banking and private funding sources, which also means working with the aldermen. Remember when we were in the Ville and you were talking about, hey, we're talking about implementation, and you mentioned, you know, there are a lot of pieces to that, including the aldermen.
Mm-hmm.
They will also facilitate the strategic transfer and assembly of LRA properties in these neighborhoods and benefit of the neighborhood plan, and serve as a single point of coordination, not the multi-stuff that we do, among developers, residents, city agencies, and elected officials, and then monitor project process results and then identify the strengths or constraints that implementation priorities have had. So they're there, they're doing all that, and
how will you evaluate like what their outcomes, their metrics, their performance if a person was successfully performing? You know, this is such a broad list of tasks.
Yeah. That's a work in progress.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do that in conjunction with SLDC.
Okay. My last question is just about the city's historic district standards. I know there's kind of been some conversations around changing or adjusting certain guidelines, especially with the increased costs for rehab work. I know within the 7th Ward, I see a lot of times folks struggle with the requirements for the windows, for example. So I just wondered if you could shed any thoughts you had on that.
It's tough to get that right, and it's tough to make sure that economic hardship has a legitimate play in the role. One of the things we did do and just completed, say 6 months ago, it probably was 11 months ago, with a national firm analyzing our historic district codes to try to come up with some new general standards that we can apply that are clear and clear in their definition and clear what they mean, and they're not so much customized to the ultimate specific stuff. So when we revise existing areas code, we're going to use that input.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
Thank you, Chairman, and good to see you, Colby. Just want to say thank you for all the really impressive work that you've done. As you've shown in our presentation, a lot of the plans that we've been making are, seems like a long time overdue. I'm excited about what you're going to undertake with the Cultural Resource Office, like the audit. But can you just talk just broadly about, because you've been to other cities, sort of how we compare in our planning process and where it needs to go? Back to that, our modernization question, which is kind of one of our...
So, yeah, I'm going to give a little context to that, for the last 20 years, I've been annually invited, it's invitation only, by a consortium of Harvard Graduate School Design, my professional organization, the American Planning Association, and the Lincoln Institute for Land Policy. Harvard and the Lincoln Institute are both in Boston and Cambridge. And the Lincoln Institute was founded from a concern about Cleveland, the founding corporation that donated them. And they bring us all together for 3 days every fall, and we set up priorities as to what we want to learn about. And it's amazing what they have. We have a consensus on having them present to us. And that's extremely valuable. One of the things, as I've been, and unfortunately, St. Louis is no longer eligible from the math requirements they use, but they've grandfathered me in as long as I was the director, which is great. What I see from the groups is, and so it's about 30 people, 30 cities, and it includes the really big guys, but it also at the moment includes Riverside, California. But it there is in some, about 50-50, where the planning appointed official, meaning the cabinet member, underneath them has all the things that I have, and about half of them have those things. The other half also have the building division and zoning and the day-to-day stuff. And it's interesting to talk to them and how that dynamic gets to be played. They seem not to be schizophrenic, but I sometimes sense a sense that they don't have the freedom to do the forward-looking stuff that we do without having that day-to-day stuff. That's something that I've found and think is something to be explored. And it may very well be, in our case, when we finish the Zoop, there may be a merging of some things with zoning and us together. But that's one of the big takeaways I have from other cities.
Thank you. I have a couple of very more specific budget questions, and maybe I missed this in your presentation, but it looked like the budget for stabilization and marketing was zeroed out for this, for FY27.
Yep.
Can you just tell us why?
Yeah, because it was to pay SLDC for LRA.
Okay. And then just talking about the Cultural Resources Director position, even your position, it looks like they're split between, it's paid for partial, am I reading, if I'm looking at it right, part grant and part general fund, is that correct?
For cultural resources?
Mm-hmm.
It may be split between, something I can't pull off the top of, it may be coming partly from block grant and partly from general revenue.
In some ways, it seems like that builds capacity for your department, but it also may, if things change, it also may put things at risk. So can you just talk a little bit about why why the department has split the funding that way?
I wish we didn't have to do that. I wish that, in the Planning and Urban Design Agency was created in 1999 because things had gotten so chaotic. And Mike Jones came to me and said, I was actually working at SLDC, we got to have a standalone. And then Barb Geisman with Francis Slay, Mike Jones was with Clarence Harmon, really up the role of what we're doing. Money was hard to come from, so some of that was, we are at one time almost completely funded by block grant. And so as the block grant volume each year for the city dropped down, ours dropped down, but we're still holding on to that, supplementing it with general revenue and ARPA money. So.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate your presentation, and I appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you.
Alderman Devotee?
Yes, Mr. Rowe. Just a couple questions to follow up.
Mr. Rowe, okay, yeah.
You discussed the neighborhood planning that was done specifically on the north side, and then you just talk to us about the work being done around Dutchtown. Is there any plan to do that neighborhood planning outside of those areas? In other words,
Sure.
yes.
So each year, we only do so much each time. And it does, there's different types of planning needed in some of our distinct differences between places with a whole bunch of vacancy, abandoned buildings, a little lack of hope, with place where there's more community, more development investment, more folks understanding and raising kids in the cultural institution. So each year we have a prioritization set by the Planning Commission. We don't pick it. We present to the Planning Commission, where will we use our consulting funds next year? And that's an annual process, and we're about ready to do it again. Do it with the Planning Commission this year. There is a chart at the end of the ones that we have in progress and we're starting, but our next tranche of where we're going to do picked by the Planning Commission in the next 2 months.
Sure. Well, I'm guessing, based upon the neighborhoods in the 5th Ward, one of our good problems is that we are probably, my 4 neighborhoods are probably on the low end of that priority scale. Having said that, there's a fair amount of hand-wringing as I'm talking to them about the ZOOP process and the overhaul, which I know you are hoping to wrap up. The office is hoping to wrap up this next fiscal year or sometime in 2027. What is the message to folks that live in places like the Hill neighborhood or Southampton that have certain zoning concerns or building concerns, cultural concerns, but yet that neighborhood planning is extremely low on the priority list?
So 2 things. One, I live in the adjacent neighborhood of Clifton Heights. And the zoning, so the strategic land use plan, part of the element of the comprehensive plan, is a little bit like sort of at the 20,000 foot level. The neighborhood planning will drill down. And yes, we're in our process of getting to all of them being done, and that's why we're doing them in clusters to be able to do them. But the zoning code will be a very important thing to participate in, because the zoning, so the neighborhood plans may get some more specific about than the comprehensive plan does. But the zoning code, I mentioned something earlier, but is that the zoning code will be examining and thinking about neighborhoods with very little vacant land, with corner commercial, with not much really traditional place where you want to put parking lots. That's a big sort of focus, so that we need to have our community participation for the zoning code in neighborhoods like the one you described.
Yes. And I just want to say, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time, so I'll turn it over, that the folks that you work with, specifically Bob and Miriam, have been wonderful, and Scott, have been wonderful. There hasn't been a time where I've had a question or a concern that I didn't get a extremely prompt phone call back. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sound like that was a motion.
It's a joy.
Thank you, Director, Mr. Director Donovan, for being here today, and Mr. Ogilvie. And I want to also echo your team is always truly amazing, not only just engaging the community, but they work very hard with engaging the board also among the process, and make sure our voices updated or our voices is heard in the process. Echo everything that the Alderman from the 9th has said. You guys have been busy working on a lot of things to word of the day here at this budget committee, modernize government. There's just a few questions I got with the budget. So you talked a lot about some traveling that takes place. I think that's always good for departments to travel to other cities to not only build relationships, but to see what works in their cities and see if we can tweak it to make sure it work in our cities. When I look at the budget, not in some in the EcoDevo area, but just in the general revenue fund, I see that there's been a cut to the travel out of town, not only in the general revenue budget, but also in the EcoDevo budget. And also I see a cut in like membership fees in the general revenue, but also in the EcoDevo. Will that, I guess, have an effect for you all? I see in general revenue you proposed 10 for travel, 10,000. You got 4 the year before. You received 10, and then this year you requested 7.5 for membership fees, and only was allocated 4. Then in EcoDevo, it looks like what you requested 7, you got, and membership you requested got. So I guess going more back to the general revenue fund of seeing a little bit of a decrease in that.
2 things. One, we've known over the last few years, we've had a little up in our preaching and getting those travel monies. So we've been sending more people in the last few years than we might otherwise to get them experienced. So then in coming years, as we have these reductions, we may have to then, well, it's your turn this year, and then somebody else goes the next year, is some of the things we're thinking about. The other things we're fortunate of is we do a lot of things with Bloomberg. And for instance, Alicia, who has gone to Harvard this week, that travel is being funded by Bloomberg.
Okay.
Yeah. Love to have more, but the other thing is we've anticipated this. There's a foundation or 2 that might help us fund some things. Some of our staff becomes, officers. Jonathan Roper has been an officer in the Regional American Planning Association, so he gets some funding from that. Ding, ding, ding. Love for it to be more, but we've sort of anticipated this with something. So
Gotcha.
if anybody wanted to be a squeaky wheel and get us some more.
Gotcha. And then one last question on the education and training. See, there was a request there, but it was zeroed out. Also looked like there was a 0 from the year before. How would that, I guess, kind of?
I think there's sort of overlapping categories.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that's all I have. Thank you for being here, and thank you, Mr. Scott, and thank you for your commitment and years of service. It's always a pleasure as being a new alder to take the Director Road Tour across the city of St. Louis. Hopefully they'll continue on in the near future. Yep. Hopefully the alderman from the 5th got to do the Mr. Road Tour. If not, you should definitely check it out because it's a.
I have not. We need to do that.
Yeah.
I'll be in touch.
All right. Good. Good. Yeah. So I'll just close with lived in Massachusetts, Boston, Colorado. Boston, even before the COVID and the pandemic, was known for something called Boston Drivers. So that's where I learned to drive. So, if you want to take a sedative or anything.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you.
All right. We're caught up on time, team. Moving on to the next department. The last one for the day. Oh, you just don't want to leave, huh?
Oh, my parking validation.
Next department, we have the Director of Public Safety Office. Mr. Director, come up, state your name. You can introduce individuals here with you, and then you can dive right into your budget.
I will. Thank you so much. I'm Sean Dace. Good afternoon, everyone. I serve as Director of Public Safety for the City of St. Louis. I want to thank the committee for allowing me to appear today and spend some time discussing the FY27 budget for the Department of Public Safety. As we go through my presentation today, I hope that you'll leave with a better understanding of the Department of Public Safety. Its works, how the FY27 budget will enable us to continue to build the momentum in our work to make the city community safe and successful. With me today, though, I want to introduce my fiscal manager, Ms. Coletta Fielder, my PIO, Mr. Bretton Delore, and to my surprise, one of my commissioners showed up to show support, former Judge Marvin Tier. So thank you so much, Marvin, for that.
I guess he came early. We'll see him tomorrow, too.
Yeah. The department's work is driven by a mission to serve the citizens and visitors to the city. Safety is the core of what we do, and it is interwoven in every aspect of work and interaction in every plan. Our goal is to ensure people who live, work, and play in St. Louis are able to traverse and complete their day without incident, which will continue for them to keep coming back and elevate the image of the city of St. Louis. Thank you so much for changing that slide. Next slide, please. The Director's Office oversees 8 key positions: Building Division, SEMA, Civilian Oversight, Division of Corrections, Excise, Fire Department, Neighborhood Stabilization, and Office of Violence Prevention. The Director's Office provides operational directives for key functions and activities of the city, setting and monitoring strategic direction of the department and each division, responding to false alarm appeals, handling dance hall license requests, issuing brick permits, setting and implementing safety protocols for the city, and disseminating and communication of DPS activities, initiatives, and messages. I'm also a voting member of the Board of Public Service. Public Safety Department is the largest department in the city. With those 8 divisions I mentioned, we oversee over 1,000 employees. Next slide, please. As we look to the upcoming fiscal year, it is imperative that we properly fund and support the department in order to meet the mission and operational capacity. Funding public safety directly correlates to ensuring the people of St. Louis and its visitors have a safe, functioning city that is nimble to respond to the needs as they arise. For FY27, we have asked for funding for 4 key cost centers. The requested and proposed amounts remain largely unchanged. The cost centers are General Fund, Prop S Anti-Violence Youth Program, Prop P Youth Job Program, and the DPS grants. In the subsequent slides, I'll break down for you the key cost centers and highlight the main initiatives proposed to be funded by the budget. Next slide, please. Thank you. The requested amount was to cover 2 strategic priorities. First, to fund an executive assistant 2 position within the director's office. This is needed to increase the focus of operational excellence, improve services, provide managerial oversight, and monitor implementation of our goals. The EA2 will increase responsiveness and flexibility to emerging needs in the community, and the program management will allow us to measure the success of the initiatives. The second position is the Public Safety Point, also known as PSAP, Consultant Services. Originally was funded through ARPA dollars. Public Safety is assuming the costs related to the service and is now the coordinating body for the PSAP. PSAP is to be completed in 2027, so support is still needed for consulting. The PSAP services provide consulting and advising, ensures objectives of the project are met with appropriate standards, and to have conversations and assessments to provide strategic guidance. Next slide, please. Next is Prop S. Prop S was approved by St. Louis voters in 2008 with ordinance number 67794, which allocates funding for anti-violence youth program. The funding for Prop S funds a contract compliance officer, funds for RFP advertising, and the remaining budget funds vendor services for youth programming. Next slide, please. Next is Prop P. Prop P also provides funding for youth programs with a focus on youth jobs. The funding is done through an RFP process that awards contracts to community vendors. The Prop P programming focuses on programs for youth ages 14 to 24 that address job training, job readiness skills, mentoring, financial literacy, and supportive wraparound service. Next slide, please. The final cost center being funded for FY27 is the DPS grant. The main item I'd like to highlight in this cost center will fund the Executive Director of Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. The Executive Director of CJCC coordinates the justice process for the Department of Public Safety. It serves as a liaison for various departments, including DPS, the courts, Division of Corrections, Sheriff's Office, and the Mayor's Office. Position was ARPA funded. This position was an ARPA funded position in a different department, since moved to the Director's Office and will be funded through DPS grants. Next slide, please. In FY26, we had various accomplishments, but I want to highlight just a few key ones from the list you see on the slides today. Excuse me. We had cross-divisional collaboration. We meet weekly. All 8 of my divisions would meet to discuss issues within their respective divisions, providing resources and advice to each other and working together. The regular weekly meetings of the divisions have increased communication to improve operations within the divisions. We launched the Winter Weather Unified Command Code Blue to ensure that citizens were safe during inclement weather conditions. What I'm really, really proud of, though, was the hirings I made, the commissioners I hired. We hired Commissioner Greg Favor to oversee the SEMA. A good friend of mine, Commissioner and Judge Marvin Tier, is now headed over Office of Violence Prevention. Excuse me. Commissioner of Corrections, we hired Nate Haywood. Nate was the former commissioner of the St. Louis County Detention Center. We were able to persuade him to come and work for us. Really proud of that. Really happy about that. We promoted Executive Assistant 1 to the Director's Office, Jamila Brown. Promoted a PIO to the Director's Office, Bretton Deloria. And for the first time in DPS, we hired a safety officer. His name is Luke Brunson. Luke has created and distributed emergency reference guides throughout City Hall. He's conducted ALICE active shooter training for City Hall employees, conducted safety checks and evaluations for city buildings, and distributed AE devices for City Hall here. He will continue to develop and provide safety protocols to help make sure that we are safe here in this building. Another thing I'm really proud of is the hiring. We've hired 50 corrections officers at the Justice Center. This will allow us the ability to provide more programs and keep not only the detainees safe, but it'll keep the staff safe. I'm also proud to say, not including the 50 officers that we've hired, we've got a class of 17 graduating tomorrow. So the ceremony being tomorrow on the Rotunda, you're all invited to join. We've made 50 promotions in the fire department, historic promotions in the fire department. We promoted 6 black females to the position of captain, to fire captain. That's never been done. Next slide, please. Modernization of processes. We've developed an online building permit portal. The launch of the online permits revolutionizes how the city does business. It saves valuable time for those applying for permits by removing the need to come to the city hall and being able to submit, monitor, and receive their permit all from their home or work computer. This new portal increases the transparency, communication, efficiency, and the ease of the process. We've launched a Pay It system. This allows customers to pay with credit cards, something not available until recently. This is helpful for those businesses and citizens who prefer not to use cash. Next slide, please. So our objectives and focus for FY27 will center around 3 key areas: strategic hiring, technology advancement, and elevating public-facing potential. Strategic hiring. We will be hiring an executive director of CJCC. We're going to have a national search to locate and hire an NSD commissioner and a buildings commissioner. We want to continue to recruit and increase personnel in corrections. As I previously mentioned, the ability and the luxury we have when we have adequate staff, it allows us to not only provide more freedom for those detainees that are being detained with additional programs, but again, it provides safety for both staff and the detainees. We want to strengthen SEMA by adding additional personnel. Technology advancement. We're going to continue to modernize the building division. We're going to leverage technology to make NSD more efficient and continue to work on the PSAP. We also want to elevate public-facing potential. We're prioritizing all public safety issues within the tornado zone, and we're improving customer service within public safety division throughout public safety. Thank you. Next slide. Lastly, I want to thank you for your time today. As previously mentioned, I oversee 8 different divisions and over 1,000 employees. I will attempt to answer any questions I can, but I would encourage you to hold your more in-depth questions for my commissioners, who will all be appearing in front of you sometime this week or next week. Again, thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate any questions I can answer right now.
Thank you, Director. In order of seniority, I'll start with Vice Chair Browning.
Thank you, Director. Always good to see you and appreciate the work you do for our city.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to miss the hearing for SEMA next week, and so I'm gonna ask you one question about it, because I think something that I've noticed after the tornado last year is that there's been some different expectations for that tiny department at our city, and it strikes me that a 4-person, 5-person staff could never be expected to deal with the kind of coordinated effort that could occur after a disaster of that scale. I do appreciate the effort to add more staff to them to be able to help. I've participated in that effort myself. I think it's really important that they be staffed, but I'm curious from your perspective at the top, what do you see as SEMA's responsibility in the case where either a disaster happens or when there's even a threat of disaster? As we've undergone several tornado warnings this year already, and it seems, I don't know if you've read recently, it seems that Tornado Alley is shifting, and so we might expect to see more. What do you think the responsibility, and where do you see SEMA going and being a part of that effort and disaster response as we move into what seems to be an uncertain future?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've had several conversations because that's not my, although I was a policeman for 35 years, that was never my expertise when it comes to SEMA. But I think we're off to a good start hiring Greg Faber, who has been in the business for years. He has relayed to me that the main focus of SEMA is basically to be a facilitator to acquire the resources needed, whether it be from the police department, from fire department, from buildings division, just act as a liaison and be the focal point to distribute and help oversee whatever catastrophe may have occurred.
Thank you for that. I think it's really important. We obviously saw room to improve, but I also, again, I come back to people were unfairly blamed for a disaster that they could never have been equipped to respond to. And certainly certain things needed to happen, and I think they did happen. One place I don't see enough praise is that when the tornado hit the city, and I don't think you were in place yet at that point, but I do want to put praise to the office because I think the main thoroughfares were cleared very quickly, which is always really important after a disaster. I have the Barnes Jewish Hospital complex in my ward. And when I first started exploring, literally the hour after the tornado, Kings Highway was impassable, but that quickly changed. And that's important that that quickly changed in case we did have a mass casualty event where we get people to the hospital. So I think that there was a level of coordination and action at the city level that was very successful that day. And I want to just put that out there.
Well, let me just, I was here.
Yeah.
Then I had been on
couldn't remember when
a
you
month.
started.
I think I started April 7th.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But yeah, you know, there was some good things that came out, but we learned a lot. We learned a lot of our deficiencies, and we're working toward that. You know, we've got some really talented people here in St. Louis. We did get a lot of support though from state SEMA. We've now been able to have a really well-coordinated relationship with the National Weather Service, which I'm proud of. We meet with them anytime there is inclement weather forthcoming, we meet with them. So we are in a better position now than we were, but we still got a long way to go, Alderman, as I'm sure you already know.
I think we always have room to improve. I think that everything is a work in progress, at least if you're being honest about it, right? That we should always be looking to improve. But as I noted, it just seems like the threat is growing. And so I think continued focus on that is going to be important going forward.
I agree.
On a different note, our building division has been struggling recently. That falls under your office as well.
It does.
What are you looking to accomplish as we're looking to really look at the deficiencies in the building division, whether it's lack of inspectors or in recent news articles, we've seen some corruption scandals that certainly shake people's confidence in whether or not we're able to go out and do inspections honestly. I think building safety is one of the more important issues, and especially in a city with so much vacancy. Where we really need to hold the negligent owners accountable, but we also need to have honest inspectors who are going to be dependable. So I'm just curious, what are your plans as we go into this year? The division is under audit. There's a lot going on, but what is the focus going to be forward with the building division, get them in the place that we need to be for the city?
Well, the first thing we're going to do is try to locate a commissioner. So we got a nationwide search out for that. I mean, as a former policeman, I welcome law and order, and I don't tolerate tolerate illegal activity. So I welcome the audit. I welcome any investigation because I want the bad apples out of there. I'm hoping and I believe that most of those folks are out of there, and we can move forward. We still got some strong employees there. And I'm really proud of the work they did during the disaster, the tornado disaster. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to bring in my own commissioner, somebody with with the high morals and somebody that's going to it's not going to tolerate any shortcuts. Also, I want to also say that I want to focus on customer service. I want to make sure our citizens are treated with respect. That's important to me. I think we are the building division is just a lot like my NSD division. They're a beacon. They're the face of the city. So, but I'm going to start with hiring or trying to locate a strong commissioner in buildings.
That would be great. I often talk to constituents about the building division, and I'm sure to mention to them that it exists under the Department of Public Safety for a reason, because the building division is really, at the end of the day, about safety. And so I think that confidence, that trust that can be put into these divisions always comes to who's at the top. So I think you're right. We do need a good building commissioner. I'm glad to hear that's your focus, but I also really appreciate you because I think we have a strong leader at the top of public safety. And I really look forward to seeing how you can just continue to improve the divisions that are underneath your department. So really appreciate you being here today, and just thank you for your service to our.
That's kind of you to say. Thank you so much.
Alderman Velasquez.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Dace, for being here. You, I'm sure it's no surprise when I say this, probably have one of the hardest jobs here, or have one of the most everybody's talking about public safety, or insert an adjective thereof of what they think. So I know it's a lot, and I appreciate the work that you do. Like Alderman Browning, I know we've kind of gone back and forth. I think we're all concerned about the building division, but also it's really linked into the daily life of residents, right? And if you've got a vacancy on one block, it can create havoc for the whole block. So can you tell me how you're prioritizing? You mentioned customer service. I know we talked about hiring that office manager position for the building division, which I'm excited about. But how filling the positions for getting some of those fines and fees is going. And I think that's one of the few places where if we fill those positions and collect those fines and fees from absentee landlords, we can get some return on our investment, get some money back to hopefully boost other parts of the department. But just curious how that process is going.
I think it's going. First of all, let me address what you started with. I do have a lot, and I was really stunned when I took this position. I didn't know what I was taking, but
you thought you knew, and then
yeah. And after a while, and then a tornado hits, and now I really didn't know what I was taking. But no, to answer your question, I think the increase in pay is going to help. We're really searching, and we've got a kudos to Director Light. He works with us really well in regards to searching for qualified applicants. We're in competition with every municipality, every city, within this region on the east side and north and south counties. So we just got to make these jobs attractive, and we're trying to do that. And but it also starts with our employees and synergy and getting people excited about being a city employee. I was happy to say, and I think the biggest thing I've done since I've been here is the recruitment of my commissioners. We've really got some good commissioners. I want to keep that momentum going with the building commissioner and with the NSD commissioner. So again, like Alderman Browning said, it starts at the top. So it's going to start once we get a strong commissioner in there to change the whole attitude and the whole environment in the buildings division.
And I will save some of my detailed questions for the building division, but I do want to just say thank you. I know that I don't know how excited they are about doing inspections, but I know the past couple times I've reached out about getting a building or a house inspected, it's been super quick. And I very much appreciate that.
I appreciate that, because what's very important, I didn't mean to cut you off, but responsiveness, that's very important. Even if you call calling back and say, we can't get there today, it's tomorrow. But I hope that my folks are being responsive, and that's one of the things that I've emphasized with all my commissioners. We got to be responsive. You got to be available to our citizens. So.
Just switching gears a little bit, since you do have so many divisions, can you just talk a little bit about about the impact of having somebody to coordinate kind of all the parts of the criminal justice, the nexus that we have here, and how that would maybe change some things or make them better, hopefully?
Yeah, no, it would make it better because, we work in silos, right? But if we got somebody that can coordinate all those different entities, that would be so helpful, because a lot of times we don't talk to each other. We've been fortunate now with corrections that we got a man who I worked for as a major police department. John Hayden is the sheriff, as the sheriff now. So we got a good relationship with Sheriff Hayden. And that's an example of what I'm talking about. If we just had somebody in there that can coordinate all of the stakeholders together, and have a voice with all of the stakeholders, that would get us out our silos, and it would make things much smoother for the detainees in there. We have a lot of detainees in there that, if I'm being honest, are need mental health more so than incarceration. But these are the things that I think a CJCC person would be able to help us identify, evaluate, and show avenues of how we can move the process faster for these folks that are detained.
You just led into my next question, is what are the gaps you're seeing in what we currently have, right now?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I said, what are the gaps? You kind of described them, but are there any, particularly if we, I guess I'm stressing the need to fill this position, but what are the gaps we have now and why it's so imperative that we're seeing between the different services and areas?
Yeah, though that I think if I had to point out the biggest gap, it would be the gap that some of those folks need different types of help. Incarceration may not be what they're needed. They may be needing some mental health counseling, that type of thing. I know a young man who I mentored. When I coached him. He was incarcerated for his first incarceration, college graduate, but he had an anger problem, and he beat up his girlfriend. And this was a young man that probably needed more counseling than he needed incarceration. Well, there are times when I do know that that people are held there because sometimes the attorneys may hope that the victims or witnesses will change their mind, and they're hoping that would strengthen their case. So it's things like that happen that prolongs justice from being served, if I'm making sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Alderman Devotie?
Director, I don't have any questions, but I do appreciate you coming here today, and I look forward to talking with your commissioners down the line. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you also for coming. I do want to give a shout out to Ms. Carletta. It was always great working with her, being on public safety when the Prop P money comes, or is it S? Yes. Prop S money comes. She's always very helpful. That is a process that is important to help a lot of these community organizations. She's a big help with that. Only question that I have, and I know a lot of residents have asked me because it has kind of inconvenienced them a little bit in their neighborhood. Could you give a little bit more of an update on the PSAP? Like, where are we with the construction of percentage, and what is maybe the funding gaps that still are needed for the completion of the PSAP Center?
So right now I think the total cost to complete it will be right around $12 million. And I spoke with Director Paul Payne just recently, and that money has been located. I have a breakdown here if you're interested. 5 million will be funded by ARPA. Capital Fund will be $950K. A GO bond for $4.5 million. Economic Development Sales Tax, $1.5 million. That totals, by my math, $12,250,000. The PSAP is scheduled to be completed by late '27.
Okay, so are all the funds committed to the completion of the PSAP?
Yes.
There's no gaps?
No. The money has been identified. The 12 million that's remaining has been identified.
And is that just for the outside building? Because I know that the inside.
No. The Motorola, the radio system and all that is due, the money is due for that, I think September of this year. And all the money for the entire project has been identified as $12 million. And with this money, we're a little bit over $12 million, so we should be okay with that.
Okay. All right, well, that's all the questions I got. Like my other colleagues said, thank you for the work you do. It is extremely important. And thank you for coming today.
Thank you for your support. And we're not there yet, but we're going to get there, man.
Oh, yeah. Always room for improvement, like the alderman from the 9th said.
Yep. All right. Have a good afternoon.
You do same. And Judge Tier, we'll see you tomorrow.
I'll look forward to it.
All righty. That concludes our presentation for today. We will be back at it tomorrow at 9:30, hearing from various departments. Madam Clerk, do we have any acknowledgement of any written testimony?
We have none.
Any announcements from any members? Seeing none, everybody was present, so no need to excuse anybody. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by the Alderman from the 6th, second by the Alderman from the 9th, that we adjourn. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.